Allow me call people in the back to pay attention with us. Excuse us for the delay. We're waiting on some people stuck in traffic jam, and some people are still leading out their way to arrive to 7 Orchard. I hope that other people from outside can join us as well, as long as they hear us. So, good morning, everyone. I would like to thank you for being with us here today and bearing with us for this some delay, and which is out of our hands. And I hope that all our speakers will arrive on time so you can enjoy this fruitful day together. My name is Rana Al-Qawasmi. I'm the Programs Manager at Genovate, and allow me to welcome each and every one of you. To start, I would like to say a glimpse about what I learned through my journey in Genovate, which when I started, I learned from the team that innovation is the ability to see change as an opportunity, not a threat. Looking out at this room today, I don't only see opportunity. I see the future of Jerusalem's global impact. Distinguished guests, visionary founders, investors, partners, entrepreneurs who have dared to turn a what-if into a reality. Welcome to the Genovate Scientific Research and Innovation in Health Tech 2026 Forum. We are gathered here at a unique crossroads. Jerusalem has always been a city of history, and through Genovate, we aim for it to be a city of the future. When we launched this initiative, the goal was clear: bringing health tech innovation into East Jerusalem. Many means, many ways to think of how can we do this in East Jerusalem. But we thought about enhancing the ecosystem, creating and enabling startups, connecting talents to capital, connecting entrepreneurs to qualified, wide range of global and local network of professional mentors, scientists, international companies, and each and every stakeholder that can be of an added great and positive value to this goal. Last year, we gathered to plant seeds of a vision. Today, Genovate is turning into a powerhouse. In the next few hours, we will be sharing knowledge and listening from our guests and panelists, learn from their experience, and think of solutions to some pressing healthcare challenges, especially in East Jerusalem. We will also hear from Genovate startups. These entrepreneurs have gone through well-structured incubation, and they are digging hard to form their path of success. Genovate will be, for sure, accompanying them until launching their successful companies. Our theme for the forum is, let us use this day to network with purpose, listen with curiosity, and forge partnerships that will change the landscape of digital health. Before we dive into our plenary session and go for our discussion panels, I want to thank each and every one of you again, with all your respected titles and positions, for joining us today. Your participation is of a great honor to us. I would also thank our partners and supporters for believing in Genovate's vision and mission. I would like also to thank Genovate team for all their efforts for the last 2 years, not forgetting the great volunteers who helped us for preparing for this event, despite all the retardation and whatever small tricks that appear in the last moment. I would like also to ask from you again to bear with us if we might face any changes in speakers or in the timetable for today. And now it's my great honor to officially declare the Genovate 2026 Forum open. We hope this day will be of great success to each and every one of us. I invite you to visit the entrepreneurs and companies' booths, wander around, feel free to mingle and meet with new people that can be potential partners and friends. Today, we have 4 discussion panels. After each panel, you will see a QR code on the screen. Please scan it and help us learn about your feedback in relation to the topic of the session. And now, allow me to pass the platform to Mr. Mahmoud Khwais, CEO of Genovate. Mr. Khwais is a leader with over 30 years of experience in business and technology development. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. Well, I extend my welcome to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time and efforts, and I hope that this day would be fruitful for all of us. It's nice to see all these faces. Many of you have supported us at Genovate over the past 2 years, and we highly appreciate that. I will jump into the presentation and proudly to present Genovate work and future vision with you, and we'll continue working together. Thank you very much. I will start now. Rafar. Okay. So maybe I want to talk a little bit about our vision. Not reading here, but we want to connect researchers, clinicians, and the business together. Industry with the business in order to start creating some businesses in East Jerusalem. And those businesses are startups in the health tech innovation field. So it's a different type, different quality, different level of businesses that we're thinking of. We thought, actually, we conducted a little study. It's also, the booklet is there, about health tech in East Jerusalem. And we found that East Jerusalem has all the knowledge, people, infrastructure, hospitals, clinicians, physicians, biomedical engineers, the pool of talents that we have, the closer to us to the very successful ecosystem, the international ecosystem, we all have access to that. The universities in East Jerusalem. So without taking that opportunity and switch it into real success into East Jerusalem, that would be a shame. So this is where the idea of Genovate came from. Genovate is the Jerusalem Innovation Center for Health Tech. And here I want to give 2 applause for one, Dr. Dan Turner from Sharet Sedek, and Fadi Swedan and Avner Halpran. Those are the 3 people actually whom I discussed first, Genovate, and then they became our partners. So Sheba, Sharet Sedek, and Takwin Venture Capital are our partners, and thank you. And on top of that, we all gathered together and won the tender from the Innovation Authority of a 10 million shekels grant for enhancing the innovation in East Jerusalem. So the Innovation Authority is also, thank you very much, they have also a booth there at the beginning. If you want to visit them, I encourage you to go and visit them and see all the opportunities that they have. I mean funding opportunities for all projects. In the last 2 years, we have reached more than 1,400 people in East Jerusalem. This means it was zero people knowing about innovation and health tech in East Jerusalem. Now we have more than 1,400, and those are only our cohorts, without calculating the Hebrew University, Israeli, Al-Quds University, like all the other actors in the field. Those numbers are only the Genovate numbers. From there, we could harvest 50 plus ideas about innovative ideas about innovation, and we have successfully started 7 startups. One of them has already got a TNUFA, which is a 250,000 shekels grant from the Innovation Authority. Of course, we take the lead in directing all those innovators and how to reach that stage from ideation to commercialization. This is our role. And proudly also saying that we have participated in our 300 women has participated in our activities. So, and I see, thank you very much. And I see many in the audience, and this is something that we are very proud of. One of the advantages that we have is the more than 60 tier 1 mentors that we're working with. And those mentors don't only come from the research background. They're also clinicians, they're also business people, successful entrepreneurs who have already done their exits and sold their startups. So I believe that those are the value that we can bring to the entrepreneurs and innovators in East Jerusalem. Oops, I'm coming back. I will skip this one. So what do we give? We give clinical access, clinical research and clinical studies, and this access that we can bring through our partners. We are only the facilitator. We see ourselves as enablers for the ecosystem. And it's very important also to mention that all our activities and services are free of charge. So as you witness also here, the booth that we have here, we are here to help building the ecosystem in East Jerusalem by bringing all these minds together. Our roadmap. Oops. So to participate in our activities, this is our roadmap. In April, we're going to start our pre-acceleration program. The mix and match is where it's an event that we bring people with medical background, engineering background, and business background together and help them to create ideas, innovative ideas about unmet health needs. And then they can participate in our pre-acceleration program where we can take them from the ideation to commercialization. In May, we're starting innovation leadership program, and I'm happy to see many of those who participated in the last years in this program. This program is for people in the senior level people in from the industry, from East Jerusalem, whether it's Kubot Cholim or hospitals, universities, whoever. I want to rephrase it. All decision makers in the health industry are welcome to join. Again, it's free of charge. In July, we are starting our third AI in health tech program, and this is a deep tech. This is not how to use AI tools. This program is meant for deep researchers or researchers who want to start knowing about how AI can solve a medical unmet need with a product market fit. This is our main criteria in selecting the ideas, a product market fit. All our programs are economic partnership, zero politics. It's only helping the people, helping the patients, and helping businesses. Oops. We join lots of conferences, and this is our second conference. Of course, we don't join it only as staff. We also encourage you to apply to us so we can take you with us to those conferences. We have enough budget in order to cover some numbers. Currently, we're working on 2 projects. This project is an employment project. We are aiming to hire 18 software engineers in East Jerusalem. We received the generous grant from the Innovation Authority, 2.5 million shekels. And we're looking for the additional 50%. So we got 1.2 from the Innovation Authority, and we're looking for the other 1.2 million shekels in the coming year and a half to hire 18 engineers software engineers from East Jerusalem in East Jerusalem. Our goal is to bring Israeli tech companies or American tech companies to open branches in East Jerusalem so they can hire and continue. We will subsidize a part of the salary for the first 6 months for each company who decides to come. This is our venture studio new project. We are raising $10 million. We already started, and some of the supporters are here, Shuli, Jinji, also in this program. Our aim is to raise $10 million and to create our own ideas in-house on what the health sector, the global health sector require. So we're going to work with all the researchers from all over the globe, and of course priority for Jerusalem and to expand also to Saudi Arabia. This is one of the goals that we have. We already started discussion. For those companies that we're going to create, we're going to give them around $700,000 to $800,000 in order to kick off until they reach to the market. This is an investment that we're going to make to invest in these companies. Thank you to all our supporters. Not only those, but also many others. But the slide didn't. I didn't have enough space in the slide. Those are our supporters. Without these supporters, you wouldn't see me standing here on this panel. Thank you for each one of these supporters. We signed a contract where we signed a research agreement with the University of Connecticut, Harvard Medical School, Mass General Brigham. Of course, Shiva and Shari Sedek are there. Today we're going to meet many of those companies here, Pfizer, Medtronic, Hebrew University. I don't want to forget anyone, but these are the numbers. These are the. Now, this is the team that sits or act behind the scenes. I'm the logistics person. Jafar is the CTO, and he is working with all the startups like one-to-one, helping them to develop their ideas and technological ideas. Rana, you met, she's managing all the programs, and Razan, she couldn't make it today. Our finance, without Anya Eldan, we will not. She's an anchor for us and connecting us to the right people and connecting us to the investors as well. Jamal and our CFO, Maisa, also cannot make it today. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you very much for coming with this weather. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It was very challenging. They stopped the streets here because the Edelson family came here, so I wasn't able to come on time. But I have to say, Mahmoud, Jafar, Rana, Ronnie also from our marketing team, so much thank you for organizing this amazing event. And always you find the best locations, the most impressive and inspiring locations, so thank you. Not the easiest to get to, I have to say. So just, I want to start by saying that this is very exciting for me personally. This is from the event last year, and I was really impressed. Genovate was only created at the time to see the energies, and maybe you see your faces here. You can recognize yourself. The great energies and the passion that I saw in the crowd. And I think you did a big move in the last year to really build an ecosystem here in East Jerusalem. There's a huge potential, untapped potential of the Arab sector. We're talking about 400,000 people, okay? It's a huge amount of people who currently are not participating enough, not in high tech, and of course not in entrepreneurship. Previously, before joining the IIA, I was one of the founders of Made in JLM, organization that is focused on here entrepreneurship and high tech here in Jerusalem. And we always try to understand how we can blend in the Arab community better, and I think these moves are very, very important. If we work together in hospitals and HMOs, and 50% today of the medical staff in hospitals here in Jerusalem is Arab, there is no reason we won't see the same in high-tech companies and the same in startups. So this is why this is very exciting to me. A few words about what we do in the IAA. First of all, we are the public entity that is supposed to support high-tech entrepreneurship. We give money mainly to startups, so most of our funding goes directly to investments. The second thing, we're looking for technologies of the future, areas where we can bring a real value. We're talking about bioconvergence, for example, combination between biology and engineering. I'm sure you heard about it before. And for that, we create applied research, R&D. We receive more than 3,000 applications for investments every year. We approve around 1,000 of them. Okay, so the approval rate is somewhere between 25 to 33%, which is quite high. Last year, more than 650 startups received our funding. More than $500 million was directly invested into these companies. Okay, around 2 billion shekels was directly investment. And in addition, $300 million that goes from international programs like Horizon Europe and others. And if you'd like to hear more about Horizon program, we will have a table outside to explain about these as well. How do we do it? We have more than 200 due diligence experts, basically on every sector, that help us get the right decisions. Our principle of investment, we do not take any equity. So if we invest in your startup, we're not going to be part of it. Okay, we do not want to sit on your board. We do not want to tell you what to do. The only thing we do is we give you the money as a grant. If the company fails, you never need to return it. If the company succeeds, you will repay us out of your future revenues, up to 1x what you got from us. Okay? So it's a very, very good conditional grant, and hopefully you can also receive it. The last thing is matching. Okay? Every investment we give, we request to see matching from the other side, so we never give 100% of the grant. We would like to see the private sector as well. Okay. Okay. One of the main reasons we're here is because we are seeking diversity. Okay. Our ecosystem is great and growing very nicely, but with all due respect to cybersecurity, fintech, software, we need to see companies in other areas that are more advanced. We want to see more companies in medical devices, in pharmaceuticals, in digital health, in quantum computing, in chips, and every kind of energy, water, food tech, areas that are really needed in the world. And the fact that we're currently very, very focused on cybersecurity and enterprise software is not enough. So that is the thematic diversity, but not less important, demographic and geographic diversity. We want to see people coming from other walks of life. We want to see more Arabs in this community. We want to see more ultra-Orthodox. We want to see more women, and we will discuss that soon. And we do not want all of our companies to be focused in the center of Israel. Okay? We understand that there is a potential in Jerusalem, in the north, in the south, and that is why we're creating all of these activities. This slide shows you where the private investment goes to in the last year. Okay, so you can see that 70%, 75% of investment went only to 4 sectors, basically cybersecurity and software. 25% goes to the other sector, which is advanced manufacturing, medical devices, digital health, agri-tech, and others. And that is the main reason why our public investments go to the opposite. So it's almost like a mirror. We invest most of the money in much harder areas such as medical devices, ag-tech, digital health, energy, and pharmaceuticals. And if you look only on health tech, around 40% of our investment last year went to health tech companies. Okay, just you can see it in numbers. In 2024, we invested $140 million in health tech companies. Most of it went directly into startups, and around $20 million went to infrastructure, $18 billion. Here I'm breaking it down to sectors, okay? $75 million, around $75 million to medical device, $33 million went to pharma, and $20 million went to digital health. Okay, so a very, very large percent of the money goes to health startups. And we don't do it only into startups. It includes research in academia, labs and databases. I know we have here people from Sheba in the crowd. Innovation centers such as Genovate are helping us promote more companies, NorthMed and Iptikar. Incubators and venture studios, we have Ion Labs and Edge Medical and EH Ventures, a lot of funds, incubators who create new companies in the world of medical devices. And we also fund pilots. So some of our projects, and you can also hear about it outside, we can actually fund a pilot of your company with a hospital, either in Israel or abroad. And last thing, of course, we support startups. So this is just a small amount of the companies we supported in the last year and a half. You can see early stage companies in pre-seed, more advanced companies in seed and round A, and this is only a very small percentage of our investment in health tech companies. So how do we do it? We have currently 5 funds who are into direct investment. And the reason I'm explaining it, maybe it's not relevant for all of us, all of you here, that we have tables outside of our representative who can give you more information if you're interested. The first one is a startup fund. Many years we had a fund called R&D fund, and we replaced it with a new mechanism that is called the startup fund. It's actually the largest fund in Israel, as I said, investing somewhere around $250 million every year into companies. We also invest in applied research, into pilots, into R&D in the industry. Okay, so if you want to take your factory, for example, and make it from a low-tech into high-tech, we can fund that as well, and the international funds. The other 5 funds we have are into vehicles. Okay, they're not directly into a startup. We have our incubator fund, innovation accelerator fund, that include also the innovation center, the R&D infrastructure fund, where we build labs for the future. So if you're interested in that, you can also discuss outside with our vice president of infrastructure division, Aviv, the human capital fund, and the Yuzma fund. And unfortunately, we don't have enough time, so I will just go through them quickly. Now, these are the tables that we have outside. Okay, if you're interested in applied research, R&D infrastructure, industry research consortia, any kind of collaboration between hospital, HMO, university to industry, please go to the table by Aviv outside. If you're interested in funding, startup fund, Nufa fund, pre-seed, venture incubators, etc., we have 2 tables outside of Michael and Chai, who can give you all of the information. If you're interested in more advanced companies such as the Startup Fund, Pilot Fund, Mofet Fund, etc., we have a table by Sarah. And if you're interested in international grants, such as Horizon Program, international pilots, etc., we have Ifat outside who can give you all of this information. Let's move quickly. This is our startup fund. Basically, we can support you all the way from an idea, even before you create a startup. So in the idea fund, we give 150 checks every year of somewhere around $70,000 each, and we can give it directly to your bank account, okay? Even before you create a company. That is the idea. Even if you work in a hospital or you work in a company currently, we can give you this amount of money in order to establish your idea, to build a patent, and to start your journey. So that could be very interesting. And after that, we have the pre-seed round, seed round, and Series A round, where we participate in investment round. Okay, you can see on the left the percentage of our participation, 80% in idea, 60% in pre-seed, 50% in seed, and 30% in Series A. If your company is led by an Arab or a woman, or ultra-Orthodox, the percentage is higher. So it's an additional 10% for the grant, so it's 66% in pre-seed, 55% in seed, and 33% in Series A. Not because we have any pity to anyone, we just believe it will help you raise the funding you need from the private sector, and that will why the percentage is higher for these sectors. Okay, where is this computer? Okay. Now let's go back for a second for diversity and see these numbers. This is from 2022 from our annual report. You can see that out of 400,000 employees in high tech, which is around the same amount we have today, 66% are men, 33% are women. Okay? This is the same amount for many years, and it's very hard to break this glass ceiling. But if you go into deeper, you see that only 0.5% of employees in high-tech are Arab women, which is a very, very low amount, and only 1.5% are Arab men. So for a population that is around 20% or 21% of the population, 2% only of the high-tech employees are Arabs. Okay? And as part of that, we decided to establish a program, part of the 550 national program, where we invested 250 million shekels, around $70 million, we didn't finish the program yet, in order to promote innovation and entrepreneurship in the Arab sector. Okay? We created as part of it a venture incubator in Nasrat, 3 innovation center in Sakhnin, Shfar'am, in Arara, 2 accelerators, 1 angel club in Sakhnin, in Arara, sorry, and more than 19 programs in order to promote entrepreneurship in universities, hospitals, more juniors, etc. And we are seeing the results, I have to say. We need to remember, and there's people here who might want to be entrepreneurs, that you don't start with entrepreneur on day one. Okay, the first thing we need is good high schools. We need our kids to learn in good schools and have good results. Then we have higher education. We need to see our people more in universities, learning high tech or learning medicine in order to succeed. Only then we can have more people in high tech. And the last, I can say the cherry on top, is entrepreneurship. Without all of these pillars before, the fact that people here work in hospitals or in high-tech companies, we cannot really reach entrepreneurship. And I have good news, okay? Last year, 78% of the Arab sector received matriculation, Bagrut, okay? Which is the first time it's higher than the Jewish sector, okay? So with all of the news that we are hearing, the first time that the Arab sector is higher than the Jewish sector, 14% increase. It means that our children or your friends are having better education and are finishing and more equipped for the future. Today, the amount of Arabs in universities is almost equivalent to their percentage in the population. So 19.2% of students today in universities are from the Arab sector, 64,000 students, which means it doubled its percentage since 2012. And we're seeing this increase very nicely every year. Now we're talking about tech. In the last 3 years, very challenging years, of course, I don't need to explain. 6,000 new Arab employees joined high tech, okay? And if you look at the numbers, the most impressive part are women. We talked about 0.5% only. 2,700 Arab women joined the high tech in the last 3 years, which is a 215% growth. In general, I was talking about 1.5% men and 0.5% women. Today, I'm talking about 3.5%. Okay, it's still not enough. Okay, we aim, of course, at 19 or 20%, but it's a very impressive growth, and let's hope it all continue. And after we have all of this, then we could talk about entrepreneurship. And I really like this graph. Thank you to AI. It looks better than what I had in the beginning, but we saw that one of the main problems is Arab entrepreneurs do not submit to the IIA. Okay, so we have money to give, we want to give money, but we don't see submissions. Some of the reasons are language. We requested it to be in Hebrew. Today we open it to English. But also part of it is innovation centers such as Genovate who can help you on your journey to apply to us and receive funding. So in 2022, for Tnufa and Presid, only 3 submissions. 2023, 9. 2024, 23, and this year, 44 submissions. Okay, so it means that more people understand that they can receive funding for their startup. All of these are, of course, from our Arab sector. And you might say, okay, most of them fail. No. The percentage of success rate last year was 38% of these submissions were approved, compared to 25% in all of the population, which means that something is happening. Thank you for doing it. And hopefully this will continue. And let's go to the last slide. 1 second. And I think we're here in Jerusalem, which fits all of the 3, right? We have the thematic, the healthcare and other sectors. We have the demographic, and we have the geographic. And just this example of a company who raised $50 million earlier by Hisham and Avi, 2 guys who met, PhDs, who met in Hebrew University to create a semiconductor optical fiber companies. And today, company is growing, has tens of employees here in Jerusalem. There's no reason that we won't have more out of these stories. And I really believe that Jerusalem today has all the ingredients to become one of the world's leading tech hubs, where cutting-edge innovation emerges, both diverse and both successful. So I'd like to thank you all for coming and for our beautiful hosts. And as I said before, if you're interested in more information on what I described, we have our tables outside. Thank you very much.
Hello everyone. Thank you Mr. Mahmoud. Thank you Mr. Hanan. We will now proceed to panel 1 titled Health Tech Innovation in East Jerusalem. I would like to invite our moderator for this session, Mr. Avner Halpern, please. I will invite him. I would like to invite our panelists, Dr. Firas Abu Akar, Dr. Amnon Dekel, and Dr. Anan Qubti, and Dr. Michael Rosen.
Everyone, it's really an honor and a pleasure to be here to see such a great crowd and all of us joining on this winter rainy day to discuss innovation in Jerusalem. I'm Avner Halpern. I'm CEO of Sheba Impact, the commercialization and tech transfer arm of Sheba Medical Center. I'm really excited to have this outstanding panel with us. I'll let them each introduce themselves and answer a question in a second. But before we do that, just brief opening. You know, there is a unique opportunity to build collaboration and growth here in East Jerusalem. And I'm really excited and honored, and really it's our privilege to be part of this, I would say, path that's led by the Genovate team and by Mahmoud Qais, who's kind of the visionary behind it. We heard from Hanan right now, you know, a clear picture of how there is a need for better diversity and how there is a need for more innovation and growth. And the key challenge, of course, is in many cases education. Specifically when we look at Genovate and we look at healthcare and health innovation, that's the area where I think we are beyond that barrier, where we already have a very, very highly educated, I would say, workforce available in the Arab community in East Jerusalem in general. And that's why we in Sheba believe that healthcare and health innovation is the best and most advanced platform to accelerate the numbers that we saw from Hanan. So we are very proud to be part of that, and we are here, and I'll say on behalf of Sheba also, willing to support any innovation, any opportunity to collaborate and build bridges in the healthcare space, and come and talk to us and test us on this. So what I'll do now is I'll ask this outstanding panel a few questions, and then I will hand it over to you, the audience. So think of some tough, interesting, exciting questions you want to ask our experts here, and I'll hand it over to you after I ask them a few questions. So I'm going to start, and again, thank you for the panel. And I'm going to ask each of you, and I guess you're not sitting by the order of the pictures, but we'll go with the order of the way you're sitting. So we'll start with you, Dr. Amnon Dekel. If you can briefly introduce yourself and tell us, how are you connected to innovation in East Jerusalem?
Great, thank you very much. First of all, I'm very honored to be here, and very happy to see the turnout during this day, which has had some issues. So I run Asper-Huji Innovate, which is the Center for Innovation and Entrepreneurship at the Hebrew University. We were funded initially in 2018 by a call for proposals by the Israeli government and the Ministry of Education. And one of the first things we asked ourselves is, what is our reason to be at the Hebrew University, since innovation is what all our researchers do when they get up in the morning. And what we quickly came to understand is that we are there to leverage the innovation potential that exists at the Hebrew University. Now, when we talk about East Jerusalem, so we've been doing some work, first of all, with youth in East Jerusalem over the last number of years, and we saw Hanan's graph earlier, and of course, if you don't build the basis from the bottom up, then you're not going to be able to reap the benefits going forward. I know that I have a little bit amount of time, so I will just say that we are trying to work with some of the Hebrew University graduate students, researchers, etc. And I'm happy to see that we have some graduates from one of our programs here, Akram and his brother right there, in order to basically ensure that anyone coming from East Jerusalem, anyone coming from Arabic-speaking culture, has all the opportunities within the Hebrew University to do that and to succeed in that. And in order to do that, we started by creating safe zones so they could start within their own cultural environment, speaking in their own language, and then only then, once they've gained that experience, push them forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Michal Rosenzvi, if you can introduce yourself and tell us what you do here.
Sure, thank you. I'm very, very happy to be here and to listen to all of these discussions today. My connection to this place and to the activity here goes back. I'm a director at IBM Research. I'm also a professor at the Hebrew University, the Faculty of Medicine. And I'm the chief scientist of the collaboration between IBM and Cleveland Clinic. And I was part of a group that took responsibility of educating and promoting the health tech society in Israel. And I was part of this board managing that and creating the syllabus of what do we want to bring to physicians in Israel in order to grow their capability to lead innovation. And then we heard about Genovate and the opportunity to bring it here. And I'm a strong believer, and I saw it very recently because I have a granddaughter that was born 10 days ago, that it takes a whole village to grow a child. And I'm sure that to grow this innovation center, it takes much more than a village. It takes many more people to contribute. And I'm very happy to be a small piece in this contribution.
Thank you very much. Okay, Dr. Anan Kopti.
Okay, good morning. It's great to be here. Maybe a little bit about myself. I was born in Jerusalem, and my parents are from the north. I grew up also in Bethlehem, so I have a little bit of knowledge about the ecosystem in Jerusalem, in Nazareth, in Tel Aviv, Ramallah. And so I am also the founder of a medical device startup company that's developing a device to treat solid cancer tumors. And I spent a long time, a big part of my life in the US as well. I worked at the Harvard Medical School and physics labs, etc. I have a PhD from the Hebrew University. And also one of the founders of JEST, which was the Entrepreneur Center for East Jerusalem entrepreneurs. And I'm also active with Genovate and other groups. So I look forward to this discussion.
Okay, so Anan, you kind of represent the entrepreneurs here in this region. We'll look to you to give us your perspective. Yeah. Dr. Firas?
Well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. I would like to thank Jafar and all the organizers for the invitation. My name is Firas Abakar. I'm a thoracic surgeon. I'm working now in Warsaw Medical Center in Holland. Regarding your question, well, as someone who was born and raised in East Jerusalem, and as a surgeon who at some point built a department in the eastern side of the city and also worked at the same time in the western part of the city, so it gave me a view of the exact situation of the health system in the city, and I can really identify with this experience the points of weakness and advantages of each system, I mean the Israeli and Palestinian one. And maybe this will surprise some people that my strongest and best publications and researches, it came from the eastern part of the city. I mean, through my work, I've been exposed and met very talented people who are eager to work. They are very motivated, but at the same time, we have a problem with the infrastructure. We have a problem with the funding, with the support, with the mentoring. So if we invest a little bit in the eastern part of the city with the proper way, I think we can get so far in Jerusalem.
Okay, so maybe, thank you very much for that, Dr. Abou. I think we'll stay with you and we'll work our way back. And really, you talk about the research that you have done here and elsewhere. We want to see what can we do more in innovation here in East Jerusalem. Where do you see the opportunity? You started talking about it now and investing in infrastructure. But what else needs to be done so we see much, when we meet here in a year or 5 years, we'll see much more innovation here in East Jerusalem?
Investing in people. I mean, we have people.
Yeah, closer to the mic.
Yeah, I can see East Jerusalem is a place with a very rich human potential. People are eager to do things and to innovate. But again, the problem is in the infrastructure, in the communications, to getting to the right sources to start the project. And this is what we need to focus on, to connect people and to support connecting people with the innovators and the companies.
Excellent. And then how do you see that in terms of what can we do more to promote innovation here? You see the same way or other things we should do?
So I think the first thing that we need to have is not just entrepreneurship, but entrepreneurship. In other words, people who take their ideas from A to Z with a strong commitment and strong call to action. So, there's a lot of startups that last for a few months or a year and then disappear, and that's not what entrepreneurship is about. You have to have a strong commitment. So I think that's, first of all, talent comes later, and we do have lots of talent. It's just that people don't have the opportunity to express that talent. I have a lot of students or students who graduated from Bir Zayt University, Azrieli, and other places who work with me. They're very talented, it's just that they never had the chance to express that. And so you need the right people, the right motivation, the right attitude of innovation to push that forward. And I think we sometimes miss or underestimate the value of a lot of our engineers and doctors that can do great things. So there are missing parts of the puzzle that need to complete the whole picture. But if you have that committed entrepreneurship attitude, I think that's the most important part, and then everything else will fall in place as you go.
Thank you. Dr. Michal Rosentzvei.
I completely second the importance of investing in people and the commitment of VCs and funds. I'm a strong believer in inspiring young people to get far. I witnessed what bringing a quantum computer physically into the hospital of Cleveland Clinic made to the surrounding. So a student from a low socioeconomic background who saw the quantum computer got inspired, high school student, and wrote programs to this computer. I think many of the people are not aware that a lot of technology has been democratized these days. Every one of you can go online, learn courses, and write code to a quantum computer of IBM and maybe others, and put the algorithm to run and get the results. Because these technologies have been made available, of course, with AI and all of these agents and agentic systems that use AI and work for you. The RAF is much lower. You don't have to know the language that well in order to be able to contribute and think and read and learn. So I think the mission is to get the young people in this area inspired by the opportunities, and the rest will come.
So should we try to bring a quantum computer here to East Jerusalem, or we don't need one?
You just need the money. So.
Just need the money to have access to it. Okay.
No, to have access, you have for free.
So people here, anyone here can access a quantum computer
Yeah.
and do
It's
write
a whole
software
different
for it?
story. Like quantum computer quality is measured by the number of qubits.
Yes.
So for low number of qubits, everybody can have access. It might be to a simulator that simulates how the computer looks like. Everybody can have access, and IBM made it. You just write quantum IBM, you get to the front page, you can do it, you can learn courses. It's very realistic for young people to go and learn. But if you want a very strong computer, there are things that maybe classical computer cannot, that's a whole different story.
So we'll talk to the Innovation Authority outside to fund one of those. That will be our next discussion. Go ahead.
So I agree with everything that's been said here up till now, so I'm just going to add an additional point. I think that social infrastructure is important, physical infrastructure is important. I think we also need cultural infrastructure for entrepreneurship. And one of the hardest things to do, if we're talking about the village, is to enable people to fail. And as we know, entrepreneurship is a place where you are going to fail in many cases. So you need to enable the village to not see failure as something that's going to cancel you out.
That's great. Thank you very much. And again, one thing I mentioned in the opening is the opportunity to build bridges and collaborate. And one of the strength of healthcare is that in many cases it transcends politics, and health innovation sometimes allows us to do, I would say, wider-ranging collaborations in the region. So I think we all agree that East Jerusalem is uniquely located and positioned to be a bridge between the different, I would say, communities in the Middle East. And what I want to ask our panel now is, where do you see the opportunities in East Jerusalem to expand collaboration across the Middle East into other areas in Israel, into other countries in the Middle East? How do you see that opportunity? Go ahead.
So East Jerusalem is not a simple place, as we all know. It's got a few problems, I think we all agree, in the context. But I see East Jerusalem as a substantial and very big gateway. If we're talking about Israel, if we're talking about the India, Middle East, European corridor, that is a really strategic and important a project that is hopefully continuing and happening, then I believe that East Jerusalem is a gateway that will enable Israel to be an important part of these types of things.
Michal?
I don't have much to add. I completely agree. It's a huge opportunity, and the ecosystem in Israel is very strong in the sense of providing a lot of opportunities. I see the international large companies come to Israel to learn about what you can do in innovation. So it's a great opportunity, and with the right connections and growth, with the Abraham agreements, and I've been in Abu Dhabi in Mohammed bin MZBUAI, the University of AI in the Emirates, which brings a lot of innovation and seeks for opportunities for Israeli students. And I think there would be more. You mentioned Saudi Arabia. I've been talking with them through my connections in IBM. There's a lot of openness and looking up into what Israel can bring. And I completely agree that what is being done here is a great hope for growth that will benefit from the diversity we can have.
Anan, you're an entrepreneur here in East Jerusalem, and you have to consider which markets you're going to target. Is it the U.S. market? Is it the Gulf? Who will you partner with? People in Israel, in the Gulf, in the U.S.? How do you see that?
Well, it really depends on what market you're targeting. For example, if you're in the financial market and you want to go to the UAE, I think that's a great opportunity. But for someone like us in the medical field, the U.S. remains number one. I mean, U.S. is where it's all happening, and particular locations in the U.S. For example, Boston is known to be the number one location for medical device companies. So part of my company is going back and forth to the U.S. But each one has to, find their own challenge. I think a lot of the East Jerusalem, we have a lot of great talent. You see it all over the Middle East, in Jordan, in the UAE, in Saudi. Now it's opening up the markets. So the advantage of being in East Jerusalem is that you can go both places. So you can utilize, that opportunity to go to markets that haven't been really tapped into, and I've seen a lot of talent that has come out of Jerusalem, whether it's in the medical field, in the computer software development, etc. So again, just depends on where what market you're targeting.
Yeah, I'll push you a bit further. I mean, you're developing a very exciting device to treat cancer, and so how do you make a decision? When you collaborate with academic centers where you raise talent, do you do it from the Israeli ecosystem? Do you go to the West Bank? Do you go to the Gulf? How do you make those decisions?
Wherever the opportunity opens up, as an entrepreneur, your flexibility has to be one of your main attributes. So for example, we did our mice studies at Birzeit University in Jerusalem. In Ramallah or Birzeit. That was a very nice collaboration. It went very well. It didn't cost us much to do it, so they were helpful in that. So we look wherever there's things that you can do with the budget that you have, and now we're doing a dog study at Ohio State University. It's extremely expensive. I mean, you won't believe how much we're paying per dog to just do a study, on treating cancer. So you have to select where it's cost effective, but also where it ends up producing something, because it might be that you're doing something for very cheap, but no one accepts those results. So you have to really look at the options. We've also done studies in Rehovot on mice studies. Still much cheaper than the US. The US is crazy when it comes to doing studies. So having centers here, I think, in East Jerusalem, and we were also talking about that in Nazareth last week. We had a conference with all the medical people. Having research centers, I think, can help, because frankly speaking, a lot of what's happening in the medical world right now is becoming a business, like doing clinical studies instead of being concerned about getting this drug or device into the market as soon as possible and helping out the startups. People are turning it into a huge business and a huge profit. So that's something that makes it more challenging for entrepreneurs.
Firas, how do you see it? Where are the opportunities to collaborate in the region for you?
This should be done, again, through people, not through platforms. I mean, ecosystem can grow up by trust and direct communication between people. So I believe that, again, we need to invest in people. We need to not to just export and import idea to East Jerusalem. We need to support the local minds, support their ideas to grow up, and then after that to try to build up Jerusalem reputation in innovation. This may take time. This may be not easy, but once it become well established and it become with a good reputation, it will attract the attention from not necessarily just from the Middle East, maybe beyond.
Okay, thank you very much. So we definitely need to build the reputation of Jerusalem as a center for innovation. I'm turning to the crowd now, the audience. Anyone has a question you want to ask this very experienced panel? If so, raise your hand. Do we have a brave soul who wants to ask a question? Going once? Going twice? Yes? Okay. No? You want to ask a question? You were pointed at. No? Okay, okay. Anyone else? If not, I'll continue asking questions. Go ahead, sir. Just introduce yourself, please.
Yeah, Rami Akilan from Hebrew U. So I think the panel is discussing things at the East Jerusalem side, But my question is how to really, the other side, allowing more integration of, we saw some more increase in student numbers, for example, but still at a certain level you have this block, you have this, well, we live in a checkpoint city, so it is surrounded by all these checkpoints, but it is the same when you want to get to the next level. So what about the other side? How much they allow integration, how much they allow employment, how much they allow these ideas to start, build up, because they don't have the confidence of getting where you guys are discussing.
So you're pushing us a little bit and saying, okay, that's very nice what we can do on the east side of Jerusalem, but what do we need from the west side? Basically, if I can say it that way. You want to answer, Amnon? Go ahead.
So let's talk about failure. We completely failed at my center at the Hebrew University in developing entrepreneurship programs for Arab students. And we failed initially because I said that we need to ensure that the Arab students take part in all our different programs. And we won't make any special program for them. And that's all nice, but they didn't come. So we understood that we need to create a safe space for Arab students initially, for the first moves in their entrepreneurial journey. To me, it was a shock to see them, to see the Arab students in those types of environments, feeling free, not being stressed by any of the different issues, if it's politics, if it's culture, etc. And that enabled them to develop their resilience to go on to the next steps and then to join the additional programs. So if I go back to the social infrastructure, I think that it's really important to be sensitive to this diversity and then to design programs that take that into consideration.
Anyone else from the panel wants to answer this question? Go ahead, Michal.
I'm not going to really answer, just to strengthen your point. I'm working at IBM Research, which is mainly in Haifa, and we have also a location in Tel Aviv. And we encourage diversity, same as was discussed earlier today, ultra-Orthodox, Arabs, women. We encourage diversity. And we do have Arabs working at IBM Research in Israel, but not at the level, not the numbers we have expected. And I think what you said is really where the problem is. I mean, it might have started before university, but we want to hire the strongest candidates and to allow for Arabs to feel comfortably at our place, so we do a lot of activities to embrace diversity. But we don't have that many candidates. We don't have that many candidates who finished PhD in computer science. We don't have that many candidates who are doing master and want to work part-time at IBM. We do have people, but not enough. So there is a problem, and we are happy you are addressing that.
Yeah, maybe I'll add to that. I think that's a very important question you asked. I mean, and we can't be passive. We have to be proactive from the west side, again, if I say it this way. We can't just say, okay, we're waiting for the candidates to knock on our door. We have to go and look for them actively. Many of us, and I can say from Sheba's side, we can do much more than we're doing. And I think that's one of the things we should take upon ourselves as the outcome of this discussion, is to do more, to bring in population from the East Jerusalem into our activities and integrate into the fully Israeli ecosystem. You want to answer on that as well, Anan? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously been involved with both. From a medical point of view, there was this organization in Jerusalem called Bio Jerusalem, which I attended, and I learned so much as a beginning entrepreneur when I left my job and went into the entrepreneurship world. So there's a lot of stuff that I learned from West Jerusalem, but I also became at some point an entrepreneurship instructor. And I taught a lot of students, whether here in Jerusalem or in Nablus or in Nazareth and other places. And one thing I kept hearing continuously is that it's great to find someone who speaks Arabic, who knows our culture, that is actually teaching. So many times there's a little bit of a cultural gap when an instructor who doesn't know the Arab culture deeply is trying to teach entrepreneurship and is telling people, take risks and do this and do that, and not understanding their their cultural background, not understanding the whole thing about failure, for example. That's a huge thing because.
And Anna, we just have to. We're running out of time, so
okay.
I want to give you one. I want to give each of you one final sentence. You know, a call to action. We have an outstanding audience here. We have people who really want to make a difference. What do we want people to walk out of here and do in 1 or 2 sentences? Go ahead. You're going first, Firas.
Well, a call of action. I think we need to start moving from the dialogue stage into acting stage and collaboration stage.
So move to acting and collaboration.
Yeah, this should be done on all levels. I mean, like a pyramid.
At all levels. Yeah. Thank you. Great. Anand, go ahead.
I think we need to create a culture of excellence. It's not enough just to have these degrees and show them off. You really need to have excellence. And today's world doesn't tolerate mediocre knowledge. So everybody needs to excel, whether you're a doctor or you're an entrepreneur, and you have to really work hard on training yourself, improving yourself constantly. It's not a one-step process. So it's a continuous investment in yourself, and that I think is very important.
Pushing for excellence. Thank you very much. Michal.
I believe in the importance of speed. So depth and excellency, but also speed, and being able to benefiting from all that the online courses, technology can offer you in order to be a success. And I believe there's a lot today, much more than a year ago, and much more definitely than 10 years ago. And everybody, including us, but everybody needs to understand that the competition is really hard on bringing innovation, and speed is a key element.
So push for speed. Thank you. Amnon.
Agree with everyone. Let's use Jerusalem, East Jerusalem, as a guidepost for a potential future where Israelis and Palestinians work together to make the world a better place.
So Jerusalem as the way for, or the light in front of the crowd. Thank you, everyone. Thank you for this outstanding panel, for giving us some hope. Good luck. Thank you.
Panelists. Now, like it's shown on the screen, there is a QR. You can scan it and give us a feedback, please. AI as the third eye, supporting humans' high-risk medical environments. I would like to welcome Professor Luay Abdallah.
I'm doctor, not the professor yet, okay? Inshallah. And okay, today I will talk about artificial intelligence in the healthcare domain. And I will not talk it about in the way that usually it is presented. I will not talk about robots that replacing doctors. I will not talk about AI making decision instead people. I will talk about something that the AI will support the human in making better decision, especially in environments where the pressure is high, the complexity is extreme, and the mistakes are very, very critical. So I called this as AI as the third eye that supports human to make decision. First, I will talk about my journey in AI and how I arrived here. So I started AI in 2005, many years ago. I joined a research group focusing on defect detection in semiconductor manufacturing. That means we detect defects, especially in transistors production. The tiny defects in this industry are tiny defects that mean that even when it is very, very small, that we cannot see in human eyes. But these defects can destroy the line of production. So we started in this domain, in this field, or I started in this field in 2005, and the master and PhD I made in this domain. After that, using AI, using artificial intelligence, we developed an indoor positioning system. That means we locate people in indoor areas, like hospitals, like malls, for something like navigation with Google Maps, but in hospitals. So we can track devices and we can track people in indoor areas. So these domains, what I taught in these two specific domains, that there's big difference between academia and research in labs and the real world. Because, for example, in this domain, the signals changed all the time. We have different signals. The environments change all the time. The people behavior change all the time. So it is very, very noisy areas, very noisy conditions that we try to locate people, for example, in indoor areas. And Expeda I founded in 2017. It is a company that mainly focusing on, or only focusing on AI, artificial intelligence, computer vision. We focus on computer vision and LLM, and I will talk what is Expeda in this slide. So in the first day, I have the philosophy that the AI will not represent the people, will not represent the physician, will not the doctors. The AI should support them. The AI will not compete or replacing them. And we see that the people, for example, humans, are very good at judgment, at ethics, responsibility. In the other side, the machines are very good at for example, for scaling, for attention, very good. So if we try, that we did in 2017, if we try to build systems that replace people, it will fail. But if we try to build systems support people, it may be success as be powerful. So this is the main thing. And we focus on computer vision because we say that the way that the people understand the world is by vision. And if we want to build system that supports people in general, not only doctors, that supports people, it should seize the world, the environment, and also understand the context and follow the processes over time. So we focus mainly on computer vision in this domain, and we developed some products. So we developed a product that we called Third Eye. This product sees the environment and hears what have been saying and understand the context in the, for example, in the hospital or in the room. And based on that, he in real time supports the people. And here we do not develop one product or one algorithm. We developed a full system for computer vision. That means we developed, for example, algorithm for object detection, to detect objects using camera. Computer vision, just a simple definition of computer vision, is to teach the cameras to understand what it sees. Okay, this we call computer vision. So the cameras now sees people So we teach the camera that this object is person. And we taught the cameras that, for example, this person is doctor or nurse or patient or cleaning staff, for example. Also, we teach the camera to distinguish between male and female, to distinguish between boy or man, girl or woman. And we teach about to detect infants also. So we have more than 200 objects that can we detect using the cameras. Also, we teach the camera to detect action. For example, that the man now is walking, he is standing. And some of surgical actions we also taught the cameras to understand. So this is the third eye. It is general. It's not only for hospitals, not only for health, but it's general. When we took AI and want to deploy it in several fields and domains, and here I must mention really and appreciate Dr. Dina Orkin from Sheba and Avner. It is a very, very clever doctor and woman I see before. It's really, I make a good and very big thing with this, with Dr. Orkin, Dina Orkin. So, because he leads the operating rooms in Sheba, and each time she push to involve and to merge innovation in the surgical rooms where she lead. So big thanks for Sheba and also for ARC and all of them, and for Avner also. Really, I appreciate that. So when I want to take third eye to hospitals, for example, I started to study what is the most complex environment in the hospital, and what is the most expensive resource in the hospital. Where is the most complex environment and the mistakes is critical? We came across operating room. So we told it third eye for operation room intelligence for this use case. And we came across several use cases in operating room with this platform. So for example, we studied the missing layer in operating room, and we saw that the mistakes and the error in the room do not happen because the people don't care. The mistakes and errors happen because the team and the staff should take very, very much of decisions in very crowded and complex zone. So we came across of this, and we tried to build this system, third eye, that supports this team. And as I mentioned, third eye can seize all the environment if we have cameras, and we have. It can hear the team and understand. I don't have time. Okay, so we make several use cases, mainly at this stage 5 use cases. 3 of them during the surgery. That means the medication verification, we see the system sees what's written in the medication in the syringe labels, and yes, the syringe labels, and match and check if it is match the ampoules and the protocols. The second one, needles counting. Today, all the needles counting made manually. And so what we have here, something like calculator of the needles that document all the process of needle counting within this. Also, already we have this system working also, and voice check compliance. So with hands-free, you can talk with the system, and the system understand and document everything here. Also, we have 2 use cases in the environment. Cleaning and turnover compliance, we track all the process that, and we validate that the process is the the process is made actually, and also sterile field traffic monitoring. All these 5 features we have in the product, so we have one package product. Once the system can seize everything and understand the context, we can integrate many layers of safety in this system. So we have one platform that include vision, audio, and context. In AI, we call it multimodal, yes, in AI. So we can integrate many systems of it. Why now? Because the operating rooms became all the time very, very complex, and today it's much more. And mainly the AI technology is mature. We have enough hardware, enough software, enough algorithms, so we can integrate it now in very good way. And the safety become more priority, much priority in all the hospitals. And our vision is to make the operating room syncs with the staff, with the team in real time in the surgical room, not after the error or the mistake it happens, because that's what happens today. So thank you very much for attention. Thanks for Genovate, for Mahmoud, Jafar, and all the team for arranging this summit also. And for the gift.
Thank you, Dr. Luai. We're having a QR for the feedback again. We're gonna take 30 seconds to scan it. I would like to invite Dr. Amin Ali Brukali and Mr. Mahmoud Khwais Genovate. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Amin. I'm a medical doctor in my profession, a medical lecturer, and an entrepreneur, founder and CEO of a company called Brukali. So just a brief, Brukali is a medical education platform focused for the Arabic society. We focus on providing innovative, not only medical explanatory material, but innovative materials through AI and technology and innovation. And that's why we are here today to announce the collaboration with Genovate, with Mahmoud Khwais, in order not to only provide the Genovate programs to doctors and professionals, otherwise to provide it for students, to provide the technology for the leaders of the future, and to start providing programs for the youth, especially in Jerusalem. And that's why we are here to announce it, and we wish it will be blessed.
Thank you very much, Dr. Amin. Thank you very much. Yeah, please accept this. So with Brukali is very successful. They have more than 10,000 doctors who are working in their platform. So we thought that bringing innovation into the medical education as well, this would enhance the capability of those doctors, and also we will learn some of the tech part and medical work that they're doing. Thank you very much. We appreciate this partnership. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you all.
Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Amin. Thank you, Mr. Mahmoud. I would like to invite Dr. Wasim Mujahid.
Hello, everybody. My name is Wasim Mujahid. I'm a Jerusalemi medical doctor. I work in emergency department at Hadassah Ain Karem in Jerusalem. I'm also two specialists with emergency medicine and clinical pharmacology. I have several projects through the Young Hadassah with my private mentor, Jorge Diner, Global Pulse and Kiosk CPR. And this is a special moment that Dr. Mahmoud Khwais invited me to join this event. It's a special honor for me. And recently we launched the latest project, Toxicology Emergency Information. So our department, the emergency department, sees in the future that innovation, it's innovation for the medical education for the next generation in healthcare students. So we invite you to the first kind of international clinical toxicology conference that will be held on 31st of March in Hadassah Ain Karim. Also, you can visit our booth outside for the more projects like AMIS and JMAC, and the principal for it, it's the director of the emergency department, Dr. Ahmed Ni'meh. And welcome. We are inviting you in special.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wasim. We're also attending that conference, and we invite you all to be with us.
The last thing, and I didn't forget, I was in the health tech innovation leadership program with Dr. Mahmoud Khwais.
Pleasure. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Now I want also to announce that we recently partnered with Zaytoon Venture. This is a New York venture capital establishing to support Arab entrepreneurs in the digital health, medical devices and healthcare. So this is another source of funding for Jerusalem entrepreneurs and Arab entrepreneurs in general. Zaytoon Venture is currently in New York, but they are also expanding to Saudi Arabia. So this is another bridging with another ecosystem that has a pool of talents there. So this is the last announcement, I guess. So thank you very much all.
We will have a 20 minutes break. Feel free to visit our booth outside, and we'll come back after 20 minutes. Thank you. We now move to panel 2, titled Technological Trends in Healthcare. I would like to welcome our moderator, Ms. Anya Eldon, and our panelists, Mr. Ori Hadoumi, Mr. Mati Gal, Ms. Tamara Mansfeld, Ms. Shighi Nestor.
To see so many familiar faces, and I've been with Genovate from the beginning, and it's so great to see companies that are maturing and all the doctors coming and all the entrepreneurs. This is beautiful, and so many people. We are really happy to see all of you. We want to talk about trends in healthcare. Healthcare is a lot of things. It can be pharma, it can be medtech, it can be different new digital therapies. So we'll try to cover everything. I'll have 2 questions to the panel, and then you can have a question. So prepare your questions as you go along. I think we do have an amazing panel. And thank you guys for coming. This is really exceptional to have you here. And instead of me introducing them, I'm going to ask each one of you to introduce yourself, 1 sentence about your organization, 1 sentence about your role, and then we'll move on to our subject. So let's start with Shiri.
Okay, hi everyone. It's very nice to be here in this beautiful place. My name is Shiri Netzer. I'm part of Teva Pharmaceuticals business development team. My team is based all over the world, mainly in the US, and we are responsible for execution of transactions for Teva. So if Teva is interested to acquire a company, license a new drug, our team is here to execute it. I'm with Teva in the last 13 years, doing various roles. And before that, I was in a consulting firm and in a couple of biotechs. I have a mixed business and science background.
And in case you don't know, Teva is today the largest company in Israel.
Yeah.
And the largest manufacturer and seller of generic. You should say.
Yeah. So
say
Teva,
good.
yeah, I am always under the assumption that in Israel people know Teva, but it is indeed one of the largest generic companies in Israel and among the top 20 pharmaceutical companies in the world, originated in Israel 120 years ago. And in the recent year, I think we got back to be the biggest company in Israel in terms of market cap.
Today you are. I checked.
Today.
Checkpoint is second,
Yep.
Teva is first. So today, this
Today
is the
we are.
largest company. And Tamara?
Hi, nice to meet everybody. Nice to see everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here, and Anya, and thanks to Mahmoud and Anya to have a chance to meet you all in network. My name is Tamara Mansfeld. I am the AI portfolio lead for Pfizer in the research department. So that means that my team and I are responsible for helping Pfizer's drug discovery, early stage research groups identify AI solutions and implement them that can really change the way we discover drugs. Pfizer is a top 10 pharmaceutical company based out of the US, founded about 186 years ago. Mainly, we have oncology, immunology, vaccines, and internal medicine, such obesity pipeline and the likes. So those are the 4 therapeutic areas that we invest in. And in my role, we do 2 things. We look at point solutions, AI point solutions that can accelerate drug discovery, as well as try to build the infrastructure, the digital, the IT infrastructure to really accelerate how we do drug discovery and really improve the quality, the speed, the timelines, of course, of drug discovery. So it could be very large IT projects.
And Tamara has been working for many years now to bring Pfizer to Israel, and finally we succeeded. But also, if you need to access Pfizer with some innovative technology, grab her during the break.
Please reach out.
So, my name is Mati, and thank you, Anya, to the invitation to come here. I grew up in Jerusalem, so we actually saw not far from where we are now, so I look for any excuse to come back. So thank you, and thank you to Mahmoud and Jafar for creating this Genovate, which I remember when you were just talking about it as an idea, to see the vision become reality is really inspiring. So congratulations for doing this, and thank you for coming out to visit and to come meet with you all. I have the honor of being the CEO of Ion Labs. Ion Labs is a venture studio that was created by Pfizer and Teva and AstraZeneca and Merck with the Israel Innovation Authority that were the catalyst behind the whole thing. As 4 pharma companies together with Amazon Web Services and 2 venture capital firms now with the support of the IA, we create new startups as a venture studio that are at the intersection between artificial intelligence, AI, and computational technologies for drug discovery and development in the biology and chemistry space. So basically what we do is we try to address some of the biggest problem statements and opportunities in drug discovery and development and pharma R&D by finding great entrepreneurs with cool ideas or great technologies. They could be spin-outs from universities, they can come from garages, they can come from anywhere. And then to provide them with the framework and the support to be able to get funding, support, domain expertise, so that they can build their startup, validate it, within a year and a half do a POC, and then to be able to know whether or not the technology is going to work, and then to help them to create their next round of companies. In the last 3 years of company creation since we were established, we've created 9 startups, learned a lot throughout that process, what works well, what doesn't work well, and some of the startups are on a great trajectory. We even sold one 2 weeks ago to a US-based biotech that for the first time will create an R&D center in Israel based upon that team. So we've created 9 startups, learned a lot from them, and happy to share any of our learnings or any of our opportunities, or to work with any of you to build your startup with us together.
And if you want to meet anybody in the healthcare ecosystem, you talk to Mati, that's what I do.
And then I send them to Anya.
He knows everybody, and he's always happy to help.
Good morning. Sabah al-khair. Sorry, I can't speak enough. I feel guilty for not being able to speak enough Arabic. Yet I must say that I look for the word. I'm not sure that excited in the American way is what I feel, because I feel emotionally excited from being here. And because I'm an emotional person, I will not take it too long, but I feel that in these cloudy days, sitting here in front of you and talking about medical innovation and the ability to found and do good things together is a big thing. However, we can't talk about it without acknowledging what happened around us. And I will feel guilty if I will not relate to it, and probably I will not be able to hold myself from saying a few words about it. Yet, I feel honored to be invited, and thank you for having me here, and thank you for this initiative. My name is Ori Hadomi. I'm today the Vice President for Strategic Initiatives and Partnerships for Medtronic. Medtronic is a company that is the largest company for medical devices globally. I'm in the leadership team of this company. Yet my experience is in a very narrow area. I founded 3 companies in the area of image-guided surgery and surgical robotics. One of them in the area of maxillofacial surgery, and the 2 others in the area of spine and brain surgery. All these companies went all the way from an ideation and incubation to become commercial companies, publicly traded, and later on been integrated into others. So if I need to say something about what I know to do, is to take sometimes simple ideas, but to make them very complicated and very long. It takes me a very, very long time. So none of what I did until today was short or simple. So I don't know if it's a personality thing that I know to complicate things, or that's the nature of life, but that's my journey in the medical device area.
Thank you, Ori. And to our first question. So we're only going to have 2 questions. And the first one is going to be, what are the trends in healthcare, in health tech? So we've all went through COVID, and we all seen the vaccines that came out and all the new developments that came out of that. So I'd like each one of you to relate to one area of health tech. So I'm going to start with you, Ori. Medical device, I think, is easiest for a lot of us when we start thinking about innovation in healthcare. And we've had, in Israel, we've had very successful medical device industry once upon a time. We used to have venture funds that invested in that. Now it's much more difficult. But where is it going? And please remember, you know, we're sitting here in East Jerusalem. There are 7 hospitals here, I think, 5, 7. They need to understand how to bring the innovation here. But first of all, they need to understand where is it going. So let's start with where is the technology going, and where is the healthcare system going, and then come back about what we can do here. So first question.
They're asking us to take the microphone closer. Okay.
Well, I can speak without and I can be heard.
So I wish on you to commit to one trajectory. I will share with you my point of view, which is highly influenced or biased by what I'm doing in my life. I think there are 2 main directions. The first one is what I call insight-driven care, with the combination of automation. So I think that oftentimes when people talk about, you know, data will become the currency of the future, I feel that if there is one thing that in the healthcare is not missing, is access to data. What is missing is to make sense of all this data and to convert it to an actionable insights. So the ability to process intraoperatively data that is coming from many different sources and type of signals, to process them in a meaningful way and to convert them into an actionable insights, I believe it's a promising direction that integrates many of the capabilities that are developed. That's one direction. Another direction that I firmly believe in is in the automation of procedures and the development of surgical procedures. So I would encourage everyone who wants to be a player in the medical device area to think beyond the implant itself and to look at the surgical procedure, how to develop the entire workflow in a meaningful, efficient, effective, and with high user experience level. These are the 2 trends that I would think that if I need to bet will dominate the future.
Okay, and Tamara, we're going to go to you. So talk to us about pharma. I think we all think that pharma is just GLP-1 now, right? Only diet is in the news. So apart from diet, what else is going to happen?
Yeah, so it was very interesting to hear Ori's perspective about there's no shortage of data. So I'll cover 2 trends and maybe offer the large pharma perspective. So one perspective is internally to a pharma company. While it's true that there is no shortage of data within the pharma company, data that is based on years of experiments, years of clinical trials, years of regulatory submissions. One challenge that I feel all pharma companies are tackling is making that data AI ready, making sense of this data, connecting siloed data to each other where it makes sense, right? Not all siloed data should be connected to each other. And in that sense, we are experiencing some move from point solutions to solve specific problems, let's say in med design or design of small molecules or large molecules or basically drugs or better understanding human biology, to really addressing the foundational data issues. So that's definitely one trend in the drug discovery space. Another trend that I would like to talk about is a lot of you here potentially are engineers and we're looking at building digital therapeutics or maybe something that's between a device and a digital therapeutic. And with the new regulations that's called PRDRS in the US that decouples the risk between a drug and a potential digital therapeutics, where you can develop a digital therapeutic independent of the underlying drug that you're helping to, the patients that you're helping to affect, I think that's going to be an interesting point in the life cycle of digital therapeutics, and it's something to watch. So we went through a cycle with digital therapeutics of a hype, of saying, okay, digital therapeutics will, could have the potential to replace a lot of drugs, and then the reality met the regulatory hurdles, the development hurdles, the coupling of drug and device hurdles. Now with this change in regulation that happened in the last year or plus 18 months, it'd be very interesting to see where this takes this. And so Anya, that ties also to your GLP-1 story, right? Because all these patients on and disclosure, we only have pipeline medication in GLP-1, so I'm definitely not the expert, but they'll need applications and digital therapeutics to accompany them. Those are just two trends that I'm seeing that are worth watching.
This is so embarrassing. The moderator is the one making all the noise. I apologize.
You need a more innovative call, ringtone, Anya.
Well, we're going to have a new machine-human interface with Q, right? So next time it's going to sense me, but right now, no. But I also wanted to relate to that point you made, because there was a big, I guess, aesthetics conference in Paris this week. And I just got some news from there. And everybody was talking just about diet and GLP-1. And everybody was talking how you need digital tools to moderate that, how you need to make the weight loss slower, how you need to monitor what's happening to people. So I think I agree with you very much. This is going to be very interesting.
It will be a good use case to prove or to test whether the change in regulation, the advent of the GLP drugs, and then the ease of use and the right applications, if that really creates a synergistic effect. And because I'm in the research domain, in the drug discovery domain, I'm certainly not an expert, but I'm watching.
Yes, so actually of the people sitting here and the entrepreneurs here, we see quite a lot of digital applications, not as much as digital therapy as we could have. So I think if you're an entrepreneur or potential entrepreneur and you're thinking about a good idea, this is a good space to look at. We should look at this more, Mahmoud, and get Tamara on board here. Okay, you want to go now?
I can.
Okay, so I wanted Shiri to talk about something different. Because we all talk about innovation and we think about new products. So innovation in pharma, how do we get new drugs? Innovation in medical device, new surgical system. What Teva went out and did, and I was amazed, and that's why I want to talk about, they said there is more to innovation. There are many other areas like manufacturing, like logistics, even human resources. There are many areas where big companies need to innovate. And she will tell us about this, which I think is very unique and again opens opportunities for us here in East Jerusalem.
Okay, so I want to relate first to your question from previously, and then I will jump into one of Teva's initiatives called RISE. So one trend that I can talk about, and Teva is definitely acting in that direction, is due to the competition growing in the pharma industry and cost of healthcare expenses coming up. We feel, and Teva is definitely active in this field, the two fields that really need innovation and solutions are, one, how to make the development of a drug or clinical trials more efficient and less costly. So means that the more you can skip some stages in the development of the trial, do it less costly, do better prediction of the success of a clinical trial. That's one field. And the second is to improve the user experience of taking a drug. For example, if you have a drug that is biologic and you can only take it with IV injection, then if you develop another formulation, and for that you need, of course, strong chemical capabilities and CMC capabilities, then you can take it in an oral drug. So Teva, for example, is very strongly active in the psychiatry space and taking drugs that exist in the market for many years, like risperidone and olanzapine, to treat schizophrenia and bipolar disorder, and have basically developed a sub-Q injection that you can take the drug instead of every day and even sometimes twice a day, and just go and do a simple once a month or once in every 2 months injection. That definitely something that improves dramatically the life of that patient and its family, especially psychiatric patients. They can't take a drug every day. They forget, they have good days and bad days, and that experience is really crucial for them. So in Teva Rise, we develop a couple of challenges, and we have a website. You can also take a look at it. Specifically, it's active in Israel, but those challenges, we address technologies from all over the world to use AI and technology in many aspects of the business, of the pharma business, not just to find a new molecule, but to enhance clinical trials, to enhance manufacturing, for example, supply chain reliability, to improve patient's experience when taking a drug. So the fact that AI is here to help us with large sets of data is something we can take into all the aspects of the business and not just to find a new molecule. We can use that endless pieces of information and future computing. Now we have advanced computing. In the future, we will have also quantum computing, and analyze those large sets of data that you have even in a manufacturing facility. You are manufacturing a drug for 10 years. You have the batches and all the systems tracking how the manufacturing process is working for 10 years. Of course, you can go analyze it and predict better where you will have supply issues, where you will have malfunction of one of the facilities. This is where Teva is now going, and we have published a couple of challenges where we invite startup companies to apply for that challenge and try to participate in pilots together with Teva. We have now one set of 7 challenges that we published, and we intend to do so with more challenges later this year and in the next couple of years.
Yeah, and I think really for us here, this is an opportunity of combination of the technologies, not just pharma, not just digital, and there are people here who understand the global business and want to help. So bring us your ideas. And Matti, they talked about digital, all of them, because that's what the world is, right, today. So you're going to have to talk about what is this. I mean, you're doing drug discovery or helping the pharma companies because you have all those pharmas as your partners or as your shareholders. But talk broadly. How is digital transformation changing the healthcare?
Sure. So maybe I could talk about it in 3 aspects. Number 1 is how it's happening now. Number 2 is what's going to happen tomorrow, because you need to be ahead of the game. And then third is how do you identify where the opportunities are. So let's start with the opportunities. In the pharma industry, there's so much left to be uncovered despite the amazing advances we've seen. And there's also a lot to be optimized and to be improved on. So there's a lot of opportunity there for digital capabilities, whether they be AI or other capabilities, to be able to help us shorten the time to clinical value, meaning that it now takes us well over 10 years to develop a new drug. It takes us, on average, more than $2 billion to successfully bring a drug from the lab to approval by the FDA. And the percentage of the drugs that successfully navigate that whole process are less than 10%, which means that we fail as an industry more than 90% of the times. And in addition, we are discovering now new biological mechanisms like GLP-1 that basically was understanding basic biology, by understanding what we could change in the cells of a human being that would make them feel full and that they are not hungry anymore and that they should stop eating. But that uncovery, which is a biological uncovery, it's not an AI uncovery, it's not a digital uncovery, is going to create a whole industry around it of new drugs and then new digital applications for that. So that's where the opportunities lie. That's where the opportunities lie. What's important in order to find those opportunities is to connect with real experts and to really understand what the unmet needs are, whether it be deeply understand biological mechanisms, or it's deep industry experts here on the panel, or those that are deep experts in the medical profession, in hospitals, in academic research centers, etc. So that's where the opportunities are. Now, what are we seeing right now in our space? AI, artificial intelligence, and computational technologies are helping us to understand how disease mechanisms work. We at Ion Labs have built 2 startups in that space. They're also helping us to discover new drugs. And right now, as an industry, there are more than 90% of the biological targets that we're still not able to effectively treat with new drugs, like in the neuroscience space. There's a huge untapped potential there to treat neurodegenerative diseases that a lot of us have elderly family members or younger family members that have died from. And there's still multiple types of cancers, multiple types of autoimmune diseases that to discover new types of drugs, whether they be small molecules, large molecules, proteins, antibodies, gene and cell therapies. There's still a lot to be done there. And then, as an industry, we still conduct drug discovery in labs for humans, but we do it with models that are used on animals. So all the time, you see these headlines come out about how there's a new breakthrough that has solved cancer, or solved a type of cancer, or solved Parkinson's disease, or neurodegenerative diseases. Usually that's based upon, at the best, animal models, meaning that we've tested out in animals and seen a good effect. But between that and actually being able, and this is why, we fail over 90% of the times, to actually bring a new drug to the market and prove that it can work in human beings, where the biological mechanism behaves differently, is impossible. And there's really no correlation. And that's where AI is helping us already. And what's next? We're actually, as a partnership, we're actually discussing this next week with the 4 pharmas and Amazon and others. But we're starting to think of, okay, is quantum technology going to be what we will all talk about 5 years from now in the drug discovery and development space? Maybe yes, maybe no. So there's still a lot more to be uncovered. New technologies, we're always, as an industry, usually the last to be able to adopt them. But that's where good entrepreneurs are able to find those opportunities, connect with real domain expertise, and build good startups and value. And I think the advantage in our industry, as a healthcare industry, is that when we are able to be successful, and you could be very financially successful, when we are able to be successful, by definition, we are doing good for humanity. Every one of us that's in this room, that's in the healthcare space.
Okay, Matti, I'm going to stop here because here they're sitting on my neck. But we need a few more minutes, so sorry, guys. So, yeah, I knew we need an hour, 2 or 3, but we'll try to be quick. So you're sitting in East Jerusalem. Genovate is trying to create healthcare innovation in East Jerusalem. I think there are 2 aspects. One is there is a healthcare system here. How can it upgrade itself? How can it bring innovation? The other is all the entrepreneurship. I mean, how many of you people want to be entrepreneurs or are entrepreneurs or plan to be entrepreneurs? Raise your hand. There are a few more that I see that didn't raise their hands. There's a lot. Yeah, why didn't you raise your hand, Anna? Yeah. And you? Yeah. Thank you. So, in either way, either for the healthcare system or the entrepreneurs, how can they jumpstart and bring innovation that's not trying to go back and close the gaps, but actually to leap in the future? And you each have like one sentence.
Yeah. So one of my first collaborations with an AI company was in 2016, 2017. And it was an African guy from Ghana that was trying to modernize the healthcare system in Africa. And based on my learnings from him, look for the leapfrog opportunities. There is a hidden competitive advantage for being in, two hidden competitive advantages of being in an ecosystem like yours. One is that you have to try harder, you have to innovate, because you're not sitting on piles of money and piles of resources. So innovation creates, necessity creates innovation. That's number one. Number two, leapfrog technologies. So in modern healthcare systems in the US, in Europe, we moved from paper prescriptions to desktop computers, to laptop computers, to iPads. This guy in Africa built a PBM, it's a healthcare organization, and leapfrog directly to iPads, taking advantage of the fact that there were no computers in Africa, but a cellular system. So once that technology matured, leapfrog. And if you actually would compare their data systems, their data foundations, their ability to execute at scale compared to now an American ecosystem that this data foundation doesn't connect to that, and doesn't connect to that, that started off being more modern, you would find that they're actually behind. So my message to you is necessity creates innovation, and then jump, cut through, take that and make it, turn it to advantage.
Shiri, be half the time that Tamara took.
Okay, so my advice is to stay as close as possible to conferences, grants, whatever will enable you to have exposure to large pharma or medical or healthcare companies or conferences. The world today is so easy. I mean, you can see things that are happening in Boston and in Europe, and whatever you can do to stay connected and create relationship, apply for certain programs that you can do from here. Try to do it, get the exposure, get the advice from people that you can, and use the platforms that you have online.
Matthew.
So the mecca of the pharma industry is in Boston. We all know that. What's the good news is that 40 years ago, Boston, the Kendall Square area was swamplands, which means that it's possible to build up a great ecosystem from nothing. What you need are the people and the leaders that will do it, in my view, because we have great science, we have great technology. What we need are people that are going to do what Tamara and Shiri already said. They're going to get out there, they're going to find the leapfrog opportunities, they're going to be the Mahmouds of the world, they're going to connect with the Amirs from Hadassit and the others here from Jerusalem to create an ecosystem here. They're going to get out there, they're going to find the people that will invest in them, and they're going to leapfrog, and they're going to be able to make this happen. I have full confidence that in Israel we will make this happen, and that Jerusalem will be a central part of that.
I will say four things. The first, 26% of the clinicians in Israel are Arabic. 42% of the new doctors in Israel are from the Arab community. 70% of the pharmacists are from the Arab community. You are sitting on a huge human capital that need to be used in an effective way. And don't underestimate it. That's number one. Number two, be mentally prepared to a long journey. There are no shortcuts. So everyone who will tell you, just come with a good idea and the magic will happen, forget it. Not in my, at least not, this is not my story. So surround yourself with partners that you enjoy working with, knowing it's going to be an eventful journey. The third one is professionalism. So we often think that if we just come with a good idea, the rest will be done. There is no compromise on real professionalism. The way you present it, the way you manage the R&D, the way you communicate with others, stick to own this hill of professionalism in your organization. And the fourth and last one, build bridges and partnership has been mentioned with other groups. I think that these four elements will help to make the process. It may not be shortened tomorrow, but I think it will pave the road to where you want to be.
What he said.
And to summarize, one thing that Israeli ecosystem is different from any other is there are more people wanting to mentor others than anywhere else. And it really partakes to East Jerusalem as well. I mean, everybody I asked to come said, oh, they were so happy to come. You need connection to hospitals, you need connections to big companies, you need connection to anybody in the ecosystem. Talk to Mahmoud and he knows how to get it for you. And good luck. Thank you. Sorry for running. Sorry for not taking questions, but come and talk to us.
For our panelists. Now we're going to have 30 seconds for the QR. Scan the QR for the feedback. Now we're going to invite our Genovate startups for their pitches. Let's welcome Dr. Ismail Msalam.
I would like to share with you our experience in new innovative treatment for retinitis pigmentosa, a disease that has no treatment anywhere in the world. This treatment called ocular RP neuromodulation. Retinitis pigmentosa is a progressive disease and lead to, at the end of the day, lead to blindness. It started with day and night blindness, but at age of 40, most of these patients getting totally blind and legally blind. Indeed, there is no treatment for this disease, and the only treatment available is luxonagen therapy, which costs around $1 million for each patient and limited to patients with specific mutation. I understand retinitis pigmentosa as reduced blood flow, and this has been proved even before the clinical signs of the disease developed. And these reduced blood flow lead to photoreceptor starvation, and this starvation ended with dormancy, which may extend for years before these photoreceptors die. Then, if we change this environment, then we can save these dormant photoreceptors. And we come to our solution, the ocular neuromodulation. Ocular neuromodulation is a non-invasive treatment that stimulates the trigeminal nerve, ophthalmic nerve in particular, in order to increase blood flow and then can break down the cascade of the disease. It can increase blood flow via stimulation of trigeminal vascular system and parasympathetic nervous system. You can see the treatment here. It's a combination of treatment device rather and therapeutic. And the therapeutic vitamin C, it is enhancing the effect of a neuromodulation. So we give vitamin C followed by nerve stimulation for 1 hour for couple of weeks. And this indeed just can reverse the process of the disease by increasing blood flow and restoring function of these photoreceptors by pushing them to reform the missing part of the photoreceptors as appear in the picture. We moved from theory to clinical trials. We proved this in a clinical trial involving 40 patients and running for 2 years and published recently in the International Journal of Retina and Vitreous. In these patients, we can indeed, by this treatment, restore scotopic vision, I mean night vision, effectively after this treatment in 60% of patients. Not only that, but we can also improve day vision and contrast sensitivity with a technique that proved to be safe. The only complication of this or side effect is just headache. Look at the graph. You can see the scotopic vision can be improved and maintained for up to 24 months. And if you look at the middle graph, this is the visual acuity, which also can improve up to 2 months in addition to contrast sensitivity. When we look at the competitors in the field, indeed there are a few. And the main competitor is gene therapy. But however, this treatment is very expensive, very invasive, and the cost of it around $1 million. As regard to retinal implant, chips can be implanted, but however, this treatment proved to be not effective and should be implemented in very, our treatment is safe, non-invasive, highly predictable, and universal for all types of treatment and supported by patents in the United States and Israel. The market size for retinitis pigmentosa is huge. It's around $15 million with 70% including the United States and European community. Our business model is B2C, and our target are patients, physicians, healthcare centers, and our revenue will come from running very specified or very advanced smart centers dealing with this disease. In addition to selling the device and its deposition. Our pricing strategy is pay only when you get improved vision. We are not just selling a treatment without proving that this vision will be improved. Our team, myself, Dr. Muhammad, and we are receiving technical and financial support from Genovate. I would like them very much. At the end, we are looking for 18 months in order to develop advanced prototype in order to reach our goal. And I would like to thank you very much. And I would say our mission is just to restore vision for these poor patients with retinitis pigmentosa. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Ismail. Now, second startup, Dr. Akram Abidat.
Every year, there are 20 million new cancer cases, causing over 9 million deaths globally. Engineered cell therapies have revolutionized blood cancers. In this type of treatment, we isolate white blood cells from the patient. We engineer and expand them in the lab, and then we reinfuse them back to the patient. In the case of blood cancers, these therapies, there are no physical barriers between the engineered cell and the cancer cell. They can easily detect and eliminate them, and thus achieving remission rates above 80%, a rate that we can't see in any other treatment for cancer. In the case of solid tumors, such as lung and colon cancers, these therapies cannot readily cross the bloodstream to effectively reach, infiltrate, or persist within the hostile tumor microenvironment. And we at Atreya site are going to bring these therapies, these same therapies, to solid tumors. Who are we, you may ask? So this is myself, Akram. I have 10 years experience in immunology and immunotherapy development. This is Professor Cyril Cohen. He is the chief scientist of the company, and he leads the tumor immunology and immunotherapy lab at Bar Ilan University. This is my brother Ahmed. He's the CEO of the company. He has 15 years experience working with pharma companies, management and operation. And a lead of AI that will join the company and will be disclosed soon. Triasite is a pre-seed biotech company. We are utilizing AI and genetic engineer to develop next generation cell therapies. By making these therapies accessible across all types of solid tumors, we are offering a new hope to millions of patients worldwide. We call our receptors HEP receptors for homing, infiltration, and persistence. These are designed using AI and genetic engineering to enhance the homing, infiltration, and persistence of the engineered immune cells. And it's designed as a plug-in module that can be easily integrated into genetic constructs for in vivo T-cell engineering. Our cells are designed to detect specific molecules secreted by the tumor into the bloodstream. These signals will trigger migration and infiltration of the engineered immune cells within the solid tumors. Upon arrival, our cells will be able to recognize and eliminate cancers. Our beachhead is colorectal cancer. In the US, there are 155,000 new cases every year, creating a potential market of 30 or more than $30 billion. Our aim is to using a single treatment of our engineered cell therapies to achieve remission rates above 80% in this indication, similarly to the blood cancers. These are the expression levels of our leading target in cancer tissues in red compared to healthy tissues in green. You can see that it's barely expressed by healthy tissues, but it's expressed in different cancer tissues, especially in the colon. And here to the right, we can see, zoom in on the expression level in cancer in red compared to healthy colon in gray. And clearly the levels are significantly enhanced. We took this compound secreted by the colon and tested its effect to enhance migration of our engineered cells in test tubes in vitro. And we were able to demonstrate that the presence of this compound enhanced the migration of the engineered cells by 2.5 folds compared to the non-engineered cells in blue, which means that equipping the cells with HEP receptor will enhance the migration of the engineered T cells. Our overall goal is to bring this therapy to all types of solid tumors, which is a market that is currently evaluated by $170 billion. Our business model is to partnership with strategic partners to develop our therapies internally, and we are also open to license our technology to companies that are developing non-compete cell therapies for solid tumors. We will be soon in 2 months starting raising our seed round. We are aiming to raise up to $7 million in order to show in vivo proof of concept of 10 times enhanced cell migration and infiltration in vivo, which means in animal models. Thank you very much, and I look forward to connect with every one of you.
Thank you, Dr. Akram. Third startup, LimitX, أمجد الشرفاء.
Assalamu alaikum. Hi everyone, thanks for joining us today. I will present for you our startup LimitX. So LimitX is a pure disk intelligence platform that will give the medical facilities more visibility and control over high-risk medications. Once we talk about opioids, we are referring to a strong pain relief medication which is given in different clinical settings, which is like cancer or post-surgeries, and these medications is known as risk dependence once it's not properly managed. So the story behind LimitX, we are facing every day new cases in medical centers. I witnessed a wife requesting to stop the opioid chronic medication for her husband due to his absence or disengagement with the family. So today, opioids and controlled medication management is fragmented. Providers prescribe, pharmacists dispense, regulator audit, insurance pay, but no one can see the full picture of the patient risk in real time. This is causing misuse, causing medication diversion, doctor shopping, and we can see, based on WHO, we have more than 500,000 opioid-related deaths, and in US only alone, they have spent $1.5 trillion on opioid treatment only. So LimitX is divided into three main components. The first one that will calculate the opioid exposure scoring based on morphine milligram equivalent, total opioid days supplied, overlapping, number of prescribers, number of pharmacies. And the second component will be using the NFC intake tracking that will calculate the behavior score. And the third component will calculate and combine the both scores together and will give us indicator if the patient reaching his maximum daily allowed or not. So how LimitX work? It starts by collecting and ingesting the data from the prescription and dispensing, and this all will come into a pool that will calculate the exposure score. And then the NFC medication intake tracking will give us the trend and will give us any poor adherence, missed doses, overlapping. And at the end, we'll have the composite score that will calculate and combine the both scores together. And all this will be shown as a dashboard in all the stakeholders. So opioid safety, it's not only a clinical problem, it's also a global market opportunities. So for government, it will be a national opioid safety program, and the market size is $4.2 billion. For healthcare insurance, this will be used as reduced high cost for the claims. And in US alone, they have dispensed 125 million prescription only annually as an opioids. And for pharmacy networking, PBM, and clinical research, the market size is more than $700 billion. We have validated our idea with real stakeholders in the market. The medical director of Lomit Healthcare Services, Dr. Samar Abu Khalaf, he mentioned that this will be a strong opportunity to track patients more effectively, reduce medication abuse, and medication diversion. And also the Hadassah and Karen Penny Clinic consultant, Dr. Yunus Qawasmi, he mentioned that this will give them more broad review about the medication abuse due to the lack of communication between the medical centers and the hospitals. The revenue streams, if it is for the government, it will be as a platform licensing, per payers and programs, it will be per member or per patient. And also this can be implemented as NFC deployment or integration. We are asking for $100,000 to seek the seed round. This will be divided into 4 parts. For R&D, 40%, pilot validation, 30%, and 15% each for team expansion and regulatory compliance. This is our timeline for this year. We are targeting to complete the MPV within 3 months and continue by the end of dance to get the regulatory compliance and system readiness. Our team, myself, Amjad Shurafa, I have an experience for more than 20 years in health informatics and disease registry. Dr. Mamdouh Iskafi is an internal medicine and emergency doctor in San Joseph Hospital. And Sami Qar'in, he's our CTO as an AI consultant and system architect. So our vision that we need to have more access to the patient care, and we are moving and we are targeting to have more cooperation, and we are seeking providers, investors, and systems to implement and target the patient behavior. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Bringing innovation into hospitals. This is our title for our next panel. Let's welcome moderator Dr. Ayman Zaghal and our speakers, Professor Khaim Lutan, Professor Rami Qilan, Mr. Daniel Rabina, and Dr. Murshid Farhat.
such a great privilege for me to be a part of such a great event with such great names here. I will give you a space to introduce yourself in a minute. And today we're going to discuss or navigate the title of Bringing Innovation into Hospitals. So please, can we start from Professor Chaim?
Thank you, organizer, for inviting me. My name is Chaim Lotan. I'm a cardiologist by training. I was running the heart center in Hadassah Hospital for almost 20 years. Before of that, I was in charge in the cath lab. And by that, I was engaged in many, many startups. After I finished my job as a director, I'm now the Chief Innovation Officer at Hadassah. I'm also running 2 or 3 startups outside the hospital, which we can talk, and that's how we go from the hospital and to the hospital with startups.
Such a great pleasure to have you, Professor.
Hi, I'm Daniel, and I'm from a small company called AWS, which is Amazon Web Services. Maybe you heard about us. And I lead our business development for healthcare and life sciences startups in Israel. I'm a trained paramedic, but I don't practice anymore for a long time. And I have a decade plus of experience in innovation in hospitals, healthcare systems, mainly around AI, digital health, and the connection between entrepreneurs and healthcare systems.
My name is Murshid Farhat. I am a gynecologist and a lawyer, a risk manager and health care management specialist. My last position was the CEO and medical director of Asuta Hospital in Haifa. I am a lecturer on AI, legal aspects and risk management aspects of implementing AI in health. And the last years, I came to the conclusion that we need to do more to promote innovation in health. So established a new company, Quantasy, that aims to push and promote innovation in health. I work with healthcare professionals and with management teams of HMOs and with hospitals. Thank you.
Professor Rami Aqilan from Hebrew University, the Faculty of Medicine. I'm expert in DNA damage and understanding molecular mechanisms of cancer, but more recently also interested in gene therapy, working on neurodevelopmental diseases. I'm an entrepreneur. I helped founding a company, gene therapy company, Mazi Therapeutics in San Francisco, and recently founded a company, Oncovation, for targeting pancreatic cancer. So working on this bridge between academia and translational research.
All right, such great to have you all here. I would like to adopt like a dual engagement so we can go more dynamic, and the audience is also welcome to engage us. I highlight some questions here, but I would set the scene. Like, let's assume that we have a hospital like a micro cities, right? They have their own economy, they have their own languages, they have their own transit system of information, right? But while the outside world has moved towards smart cities, many hospitals still rely on an analog way of transforming the information, right? So we're here to discuss this. So, directed to Professor Chaim and Professor Rami, from pinch to the bedside hurdle. We often see a valley of death between a brilliant medical discovery in the lab and its actual implementation in the hospital world. From your dual perspective in clinical innovation and medical research, what is the single biggest barrier to adopt new technology today? Is it like a lack of evidence, cultural resistance, or even infrastructure? What do you think, Professor Chaim?
Well, it's the lack of understanding of the people in the hospital what is innovation. And I'll give you my own experience. I had some ideas, and I thought that you have an idea, and the next day you have an exit. We don't realize in the hospital what it means innovation. And innovation is a subspecialty. I did some innovation in the early days. Luckily, I failed in everything. And I realized that you have to go back to school to learn what innovation is. Because a physician thinks that you can do innovation. You cannot go and finish medical school and be a brain surgeon. You cannot be a physician without any understanding and do innovation. And I went back to Stanford. They have a wonderful system there, which is called biodesign innovation. It takes engineers, physicians, business people, and they make the team. And to be successful, you need a good team, which you don't have in the hospital. And it took years to understand in the hospital that if you have to be successful, you need to build teams within the hospital. Only in the last 10 years, a lot of hospitals in Israel and around the world understanding that actually the ideas are coming from the hospital, but nothing initially was from the hospitals. Now they understand that it's a big business. They understand that you have to build a team. We started in Jerusalem a biodesign team where we take students from Hadassah, physicians, bioengineers from the Hebrew University, business people, give them unmet needs, form teams, and then you can be successful.
So I pass to Professor Rami. What do you think? Do you agree with that?
Yeah, I do agree, but I'm coming from the academia side, and trying a lot to initiate these collaborations between the researchers and the medical side. So I think there's one very important element and pillar here where we really need to make sure that the physicians at the hospitals, they understand the molecular basis of the diseases. And this is where we come as academicians and trying to invest as much as possible in order to equip the physicians with these more basic mechanisms, roots, and elements of what is this all about. It's only when we understand these basic mechanisms, it will be much easier for us to translate to the next level and to make the innovations. And here I want to emphasize that for us as a community, for example, in East Jerusalem, it is really required and mandatory to have our physicians, our medical doctors, to also get exposed to research and molecular basis of diseases. I mean, I know that in residency, always in the, at the Hebrew U, but also I think in other parts of Israel, they give the physicians a 6-month internship to do in the research. But this is the 6 months where they spend not in the lab because they are overwhelmed with their clinical work and they just want to write this report and finish this mandatory. But I think this is a big mistake and this is the opportunity to get engaged. We have this MD, PhD program at Hebrew U, but I'm sure in other universities and in the world. And this is the best outcome you can get from a physician when he or she thinks as a researcher too. So I think this is a very important barrier. There are certainly other barriers that we can think, but understanding the biology behind this disease or this element that you want to fund and innovate is very, very critical.
So if you have the power to change like one barrier, is that what you focus on?
Well, from my perspective, I would invest a lot of it. Of course, there are other perspectives which I totally agree with.
Yep.
But I think this is a very central element that we, as a scientific community and entrepreneurs, want to make sure that this is a path, a track that we take forward.
That's interesting, yeah. So let's pass to Dani Rapina and Murshid Farhat. From, let's say, innovation in 2026 is not just about a new medical device, right? It's about data, it's about AI. So, Daniel, please, from a cloud infrastructure standpoint, and Dr. Farhat from an AI-driven startup's perspectives, how do we ensure that hospitals have the digital backbone necessary to support those innovations without compromising patient privacy or creating data silos that no one can access? Daniel, please.
Okay, Moshe, do you want to start? Okay, so I will let you discuss all the legal and the patient side, and I will stick to the technological aspects. So I think basically what we see now is that you can't really develop a new medical product without some access to real-world data. I guess that's what this question is about. So what we see is that the pace of change and the pace of integrations to external products gets like faster and faster. And in order to do that, we need to take a legacy system, which is a hospital, and take it 20, 30 years forward in time into a place where it could easily integrate and to be scalable in its infrastructure, compute infrastructure, in order for it to really connect with external, for example, Gen AI tools, which is now the current hype. In order to do that, usually what happens is that the traditional IT need to transform themselves from operating locally to operating on a larger scale operation, and this is something that companies like ours do, but others also. And then you can provide central governance for your data lake in order to both control the privacy, security, and the ability to integrate with external products, and that's the most technical thing I think you'll hear in this panel, and Moshid, to you.
Professor Moshid.
Thank you. It's really a great question. First of all, I think that the managers, the leaders of hospitals are lagging behind. They are not aware enough that they have gold in their hands, which is data. Data is the new petroleum of the world, because companies developing AI algorithms need real data. They need our data of the hospitals. I agree with Professor Lotan. Our leaders in the healthcare system are not aware enough, at least part of them. Now, making this data available, okay, for AI companies, okay, is very important, and I believe it is the new economical growth engine for hospitals. Selling services for Kupat Hulim is the past. The future is commercializing the data. And this is our contribution to developing the healthcare, not only for getting paid for it, but there is a big barrier. The first one, the awareness. The other one, we must protect this data, and we are not there. We are not there. I teach about the legal problems of using AI in health. If there is a claim against a hospital, whether the hospital used or did not use AI, how do you defend this case? It's very complex, and we are not there yet, but in the States they do, okay, in the United States and some other countries, it's a big challenge. So, our data is not protected enough. We must do something about it. First of all, the regulation is not there. The regulation is lagging behind in Israel and in other countries. And when it's protected by regulation and by security systems, we must make this data available. We had some experience when I was in Asuta, the CEO and medical director in Haifa. We used our data, video films of the operations with Amazon, with a great project. We had many challenges. First of all, doctors did not want part of them to cooperate because of, they say, what are my rights? Okay? You develop AI algorithm, it will be commercialized. So where am I as a doctor? I contributed these 200 operations, bariatric or other, okay? Where's the rest of the patients? Do we have to tell these patients that, look, we are going to use the video of your belly, okay, to make AI algorithm? We have to inform him. If he says no, then what to do, okay? We have to encrypt this data to make it anonymous. What is encryption level that is needed? Okay, we raise it to the cloud. Who is responsible for protecting the privacy of data? In case there is a problem, they will sue us at the hospital. Then we will sue Amazon, okay? Who is responsible? The insurance companies have no policy regarding protecting these cases. Just in the last year, they started to sell, let's say, some protection for cases of breach of data cyber events, AI events, and so on. So there is a lot to be done, but I say yes, this is our treasure, the data for the hospitals, for developing the healthcare, but we must do something to protect it, to do it in the proper way. But the main one is raise the awareness of the leaders of the healthcare about the important use of data, the value of the data. I think this is the new petroleum, really. We are not there, but this is the case. It is the growth engine of care. Let's use it.
I would like to add like a small comment. So I think privacy and security is extremely important, but it's also extremely important to not put the boundaries and the walls too high around it, because then what you will get is the opposite of what you wanted, and I think you experienced it in your hospital, that basically if you just open any physician's phone, you will see all the data in the world running through WhatsApp and through personal messages, because it was too difficult to send it through the IT of the hospital because of the security and regulations. So sometimes putting regulation bar too high can definitely create like sideways that will just find their own way, like water, they will find their way to flow. So it's extremely important to walk on this fine line without putting boundaries too high.
Yeah, I agree totally with what you, Professor Farhad, said, because, I'm a surgeon in the first place, so I consider myself as a digital surgeon. I know exactly how to utilize the data, because I use many softwares that actually predict the outcomes before the operating room. So you need to validate the data like an X and Y. If you do the surgery in this way, you will get this result. So you need also to validate the future outcomes. You need to scan the patient before and after. So that's a huge data. So if you don't have the backbone data, it's just like a buzzword. There is no AI. So I agree totally with what you said. So I direct this question, the final one, to the whole panel. As we integrate more AI and automated innovation into the hospital ecosystem, there is a fear that the human element of medicine may be diluted, right? How do we ensure that these innovations actually augment the doctor-patient relationship rather than becoming a screen that sits between them, especially how should we of medical professional to work alongside these technologies? Professor Chaim.
Well, as I mentioned, we have programs now at Hadassah which are training the physician. We have within the hospital courses that takes from the startup students to teach them what is innovation. And in my way, the most important part is working in a team. I think that the team is the most important. I still remember my late father that used to say 100% of a zero is a zero.
Yep.
10% of 100 is still 10%. As physicians, sometimes we say, I have the idea, I will serve. I think that looking at startups in the future, the most successful ones where you had a very strong team working together. So after you understand the biology and the molecular basis, after you understand the data, the best tip is arrange a very good team, I think. And once you have a very good team, then you can go to places like Amazon and be successful. I think that today more and more hospitals, I see it in Israel, 5 years ago, only few hospitals have tech transfer office and everything. Now every hospital has an innovation office, tech transfer office, teaching medical students and physicians what is the innovation, have money to tell them, if you come at Hadassah and you have an idea, we can give you a seed money, we help you, and we cultivate it like a little flower, and that's the only way to, instead of bringing to the hospital, is taking from the hospital outside.
Yeah, Professor Ram.
So I think the key thing here is that we need to make sure that AI does not stand in between the physician and the patient, right? So we want AI to help, to be behind the physician in order to help the patient, okay? So as any technology, I mean, we want to use technologies to not waste our time on those different variables and, you know, routine work. So we use Excel and we do all the stuff we want by just clicking the button, instead of going one by one and making the sum and average and the statistics and so on and so forth. But we want to make sure that when we do this, we turn into really the key thing, which is taking care of the patient, building the trust with the patient, showing the empathy to the patient, right? So AI will support, but it's not going to be in between me and the patient. I'm not a physician, of course, but this is the same when we also do it in the research. So we use AI, we use technology in order to make our life easier at certain aspects and move maybe faster with and efficient with other aspects, which is really getting to understanding better, providing better solutions that we can translate and bring closer to the patient.
So you don't believe in technical singularity?
Well, it's okay. So you can have this in mind, but I think the question is, what is really that we don't want to happen between the physician and the patient, that the patient, I mean, you don't want a robot to talk to you at the end of the day. I want to go to the doctor where I can also see that most of the attention is given to my case, to my question, to my disease. And it's okay that he is using AI, and it's okay that he is getting help, but the main focus is I'm still there, I'm here. This is when we talk about it in the translating the science, is how to make the patient the center of the whole equation here.
Yeah, before my comment, I will be happy to ask the audience, where do you think the most dangerous place now causing harm to the patient? Which part, where it is, do you know? One answer? Where?
Maldiagnosis, you mean?
Okay. As a doctor, a lawyer, and a risk manager, I tell you, it's in the brain of the doctor. Not because doctors are bad people. I am a doctor. Because what we are expecting from the doctors today is impossible. We ask them to gather the data, history taking, physical exam, and other tests, blood tests. We ask them to integrate the data from other sources. We ask them to process the data, to make the differential diagnosis, to look at the data, and to be kind to the patient, and not to make mistakes. No, it's not human to ask the human doctor to do all this, okay? And we also expect him to take care not to be sued by the lawyers, okay? So defensive medicine. So what I think is that using AI will help the doctors to free their time to interact with the patients. I am the AI, I will do it for you, doctor, okay? Help you to gather the data, okay? Integrate the data, process the data, okay? Don't miss taking history about some important parts. Don't miss the physical exam or part of it. Don't miss the last blood results before 2-3 months that you did not see. Don't miss one of the important differential diagnosis. And then what is the correct plan? I will take care of you. I am AI, your co-pilot. Feel safe with me, okay? I will free your time to be a human to the patient. So the interaction will be much more human to human. I don't think there will be a problem with using AI. On the contrary, it will make the medicine much more safe, and we expect the doctor to be a good user of the AI, okay? Use this co-pilot, okay? And free your time for making like quality assurance on the AI. This will be a new profession. Now, you don't know if the AI is doing the right job or not. There are mismatches of the AI algorithms. there are AI hallucinations. If you don't know, sometimes the AI hallucinate. So, yes, when you know as a user, as a doctor, if the AI is hallucinating or if the algorithm is mismatching. So the new skill of the doctors will be to be a driver of the AI, a supervisor of the AI, to be a good user of the AI, then you will be a much, much better doctor. As a doctor, I tell you, I wish there was a co-pilot AI taking care of me. I will feel much more safe. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Daniel, you have 3 minutes to elaborate.
Great. So I think what we will see in the near future is that the AI is moving from being the co-pilot to us being the co-pilot of the AI, which is already starting. So currently we expect the AI to assist a physician or a nurse or a team member to do something, and later on the AI would be at the front and we would be the ones that are just guiding the AI to do whatever they want or need to do. And I think we already start to see that. There was a very interesting publication from a company called Hippocratic AI about a year ago, where basically they were comparing the intake process of a conversational Gen AI that they have with a physician or a nurse that was doing kind of like texting with patients on their intake process. And what this publication found was that the outcome, the medical outcome, was exactly the same. It was equivalent between the AI and between the medical team. But what was surprising for me, it was that it was superior in something unexpected. And this is the engagement, the human touch, and actually the how do you move a patient into action, into adhering with your medical recommendations at the end of the intake. And in that, the AI was superior than to physicians. And those are physicians in like clean trial surroundings. It's not even physicians in the real world where everything is messy and everything is hectic and they don't really have the time to be compassionate with the patient. So even then, we saw the AI being superior in something which is crazy. It's in being humane and empathic. So I think that's where we're heading. It will be way more humane and empathic, but not necessarily because a human would be on the other side. And we would be the ones that are making like the top decisions and directing the AI, and it will happen sooner than we think right now.
All right, so we close it sharply. Wow. I enjoyed that to the max. Thank you so much for joining us here. And that's it. Close it. Thank you.
Hello. Thank you, our panelists. We're going to have 30 seconds for the QR for your feedback. To our final panel titled Economics of Innovation for East Jerusalem. Let's welcome our moderator Mahmoud Khwais, Mr. Yaron Lutan, Mr. Itzek Fred, Hani Alami. On Zoom we're gonna have Prof. Salim Haj Yahya. Thank you.
Economics of innovation for East Jerusalem. We know the situation in East Jerusalem and we know how the economy is evolving, and we want to add the innovation part in order to evolve the industry and the economics of East Jerusalem. We cannot do it alone because of many factors such as the human capital, the investment, the money, the minds, the support from the private sector and the government. So we have all these factors that we need to look at in order to bring innovation and to have a real economy, especially in the health sector, that is relying innovation. And here I want to mention only two things actually, that in my opinion will bring innovation, clinical trials, and startups and exits. Those are the only two things that I can think of, but this is why we have the great minds with us. I want to introduce Itzik Fred from Takwin Venture Capital. I will leave it for you. Please introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about Takwin.
Hello, guys. Thank you for having us here. It's really a beautiful event and respectable. And Takwin is a venture fund that we started 11 years ago. It originally originated from Erel Margalit from JVP. We have one of his partners here, Hanan, and Chemi Perez from Pitengo. And the key person that started it is Imad Talchami, the founder of Babcom, and I'm the general managing partner of the fund from its foundation. We are already running the second fund of Takwin. We're managing over 100 million shekels. And the purpose of Takwin is to invest in high-tech companies that involve Arab entrepreneurs in Israel to help the Arab entrepreneurs in their first steps, making investments at the earliest stage possible. We are, as I said, already running the second fund. We were ranked last year by a British magazine that covers early stage fund as one of the best 5 funds in Israel in early stages. And we invested in 15 companies. Most of them are very, very advanced technologies. We are based in Haifa, and naturally, many of our companies are from the Technion, but we also have companies from the Tel Aviv University, one from Jerusalem, a founder from East Jerusalem, which was actually our first investment in a company called Imagery that is now raising money at close to $500 million valuation. And this is us in a nutshell.
Thank you very much. I will move it to Mr. Yaron Lotan. This is yours. From Bird Foundation, one of the anchors for developing the high-tech and the innovation in the Israeli ecosystem. In 1996, I believe, you started. I will leave it for you. Tell us more about it. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mahmoud. Thank you for inviting me, and thank you for being here. The Bird Foundation is actually around since 1977, so it's we're going to be celebrating 50 years of existence next year. And it's a binational foundation. It's owned by the governments of Israel and the United States together, where the idea behind it is that cooperation between Israeli and US-based companies can bring benefit to both companies and both ecosystems. So what we do is we fund projects that are submitted by 2 companies. It's always 2 companies that have to submit a project together. And the projects are supposed to be about developing a product, so it has to involve innovation, but with a very strong commercialization focus. So innovation that leads to commercialization. And for those kind of projects, we supply grants of up to $1.5 million per project against a 1-to-1 match, which is also a reason why we are kind of the next stage after the stage in which Takwin is interested, because our companies need to be able to finance their half of the grant. But in almost 50 years, we've funded over 1,200 such projects. We've invested close to $600 million, and we've seen commercial success coming out of these companies, both in terms of sales generated and in terms of partnerships that kept going, got stronger, many times led to acquisitions of one company buying each other. It's been a very successful and important factor for both economies.
Amazing. Thank you very much. This is the type of cooperation that we're going to discuss also here. I will move to Hani Alami, the guru of entrepreneurship and high tech for East Jerusalem, actually my first mentor, who actually helped me to come with many ideas in order to support Jerusalem. He's a Jerusalemite, so he's doing many million things in order to support East Jerusalem. Hani, as an entrepreneur, and you're also the founder of Jet Fiber, so bringing the fast internet, and I know what does it mean, fast internet, especially when we were doing that in Ramallah and in Gaza, and how this is affecting the ecosystem and entrepreneurship sector. Hani, who are you? What are you doing for Jerusalem?
Thank you very much.
Tell the people. He's doing much more. I know he's doing much more, actually.
Thank you, Mahmoud. Yes, I'm on the philanthropic side trying much to help the entrepreneur community, especially in East Jerusalem, to stay in the city, fighting the brain drain that we are facing here in the city. And all the time I was working around how to bring more partners. Because tango, you can't do it alone. And ecosystem, you can't create it alone. And I'm very happy to start seeing such a day in a program like this one, in this size, supporting the ecosystem in creating a new movement in Jerusalem. Such a thing we are not used to. And without those activities, we can do things. I remember the days of the chief scientist that, unfortunately, all that period, he didn't spend any shekel in East Jerusalem. Even one shekel, one project, he did not. So happy to see in the new era with the Innovation Authority that, yes, now they are interested, looking for programs, looking for partners, because this is an essential tool to make the change on the ground.
Thank you very much, Hani. I will move to our proud to host also Professor Salim Haj Yahya with us from Hebron. Like, Professor, I know that no matter how much we talk about you, you're even doing more in the medical and education system. Can you hear us? You're on mute, doctor. Okay, so we'll move on until you fix it. That's fine. Is it Jafar? Shall we move on? Okay, thank you. Sorry for that. You know, technology. This is what technology is. Yeah. This is why I use paper, not the iPad.
I learned one rule in life. The more you have technology people in the room, the higher the chances somebody will need to stand on the table and fix the projector. It works, this rule works every time.
Well, this is a good note because I witnessed it several times.
It's an indication to have good technology people here if it doesn't work.
Yeah. So since you have the mic already, let's talk about venture capital and let's talk about East Jerusalem and the gap of knowledge that investors have about undeserved or underserved population like East Jerusalem. Investors don't know the talents that we have. Investors don't know what capacity we can bring into the global economy. How do you think that we can bring the attention of local and international investors in order to invest in startups, entrepreneurs, and even other infrastructure projects in East Jerusalem?
Okay, so it's a hard question. The short answer would be to continue doing what you guys are doing. And I'm serious, somebody once said that the talent is equally distributed, but the opportunities are not. I think that the fact, again, that we have in the third line a senior executive from the Innovation Authority, and Hanan was with me on the stage last time, I think, and he corrected me when I said that Jerusalem does not present opportunities like Tel Aviv does, and it tries to actively correct this. There are some things that are a result of discrimination and underprivilege, and there's no doubt, and there's no need to go around it. The Arabs in Israel are underprivileged, and they're discriminated for many years, and East Jerusalem especially, and we won't get into politics, but despite this horrible government that we currently suffer from, again, without going into politics, the government in the past 20 years in Israel is going towards the right directions in overcompensating in budgets of the Innovation Authority, in grants, in changes of 823, I think is the program, special programs for Arab entrepreneurs. Special, Anya is not here, Anya was the parent of this. And another point is that when Anya was on the stage, she started her introduction by saying something beautiful. She said, it's an exceptional event. It's true, it's an exceptional event for all the right reasons, but it's an exceptional event for all the wrong reasons. These kind of events should not be exceptional. Now, there are no shortcuts in processes, especially processes like this. But I do want to talk about optimism. If I would do statistics of the people that are attending this event, and I will ask each and every one of you to check what is your level of education and what is your parents' level of education, and what you guys are looking at in terms of opportunities now, and what your parents looked in terms. This will show you the progress that you guys made, and also the progress that is going through changes in the Israeli society. I know that these days are very dark and they do not feel like we're on the right direction, but if we take a step outside, we are on the right direction. Now I can tell you about the Takwin companies. We only invest in companies that were founded by Arabs. So I can really testify that Arab entrepreneurs, their beginning is much harder. To be an entrepreneur is a torture. To be an Arab entrepreneur is 10 times the torture. But I will say that when we make the investment, our policy is that we give the first opportunity and the first financing and help build the company, promote it, create the networking that is terribly missing among the Arab entrepreneurs. And this is exactly what Mahmoud is so brilliantly doing. But when we invest in the company, we give it money in our plans for 18 months. After 18 months in our work plans as Takwin, the entrepreneurs should be able to raise money from new third party, much stronger, much more professional than us, and much richer. And in our companies, we have investors like Samsung, like Merck, like Continental, like Japanese VC funds. And I can proudly say, as a parent of these companies, I can proudly say that they married with bigger and more talented people than we are. This is the right direction, and the same will happen here, I guarantee you guys. Just give it some time. There are no shortcuts in these processes. Continue doing what you're doing. The exposure, the funding will come. Believe in yourself, don't give up. I think you're creating something beautiful, and you're also creating something very, very, very unique here. It will come.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. So this, if I understand you well, you're also offering that we take that step through Takwin. So our next step would be Takwin. Then Takwin will introduce us to the other international fund from Japan, the US, Samsung, and the others, Merck.
I will do it with pride, I will do it with love, and I will tell you one more thing. We know that we are on a mission to build, to help build, we're not building it, we will not take the credit, to help build an Arab ecosystem, and I say, not to build an Arab ecosystem. We do not want a separate ecosystem for the Arabs. Somebody once corrected me when I said in Hebrew, Migzar Aravi, the Arab sector, he said, no, Migzar, it means it's an exceptional. No, use the Arab society as part of the Israeli society. Now, I know that many people are not giving you the right reasons to feel like you're part of the Israeli society, but all of our companies that today employ around 400 or 500 people, all of them are a mixture of Arabs and Jews. And when in our mission as investors, we see hundreds of companies. We saw over 1,500 companies in our existence. We invested only in 15, which is a very low percentage, but this is the right percentage for a VC fund, 1%. But we still help each and every fund, each and every company that steps in our doors, if we can help it. Even sometimes by giving somebody an advice that his idea is not the greatest, is also helping him.
Yes, thank you.
Of course, I see many women in the crowd, which is also a great thing.
Of course, yeah, we're proud of all the women here in the crowd. Chapeau. So, Dr. Salim, can you hear us?
Yeah.
Yes, well, thank you very much for joining us, and we're very glad that you're here with us. I believe you are more famous than me just to introduce you. I will leave the space to you to introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about yourself.
I'm sorry, but I can't hear you. I can hear you only from YouTube, but I can't understand a single word through the Teams. I might need to get back to the YouTube. Just ask the question, make your comment, and I will get back to join the Teams. Okay?
Introduction, Doctor. Introduce yourself.
Okay, my name is Salim Haj Yahya. I'm a heart surgeon by profession. I graduated from the Technion almost 30 years ago, and had my specialty in cardiac surgery in Tel HaShomer. And I became a senior heart surgeon at Tel HaShomer in 2002. Then after that, I relocated to the UK. I became a senior researcher at the Imperial College and a senior heart transplant surgeon at the Royal Brompton Harefield Hospital for almost about 4 or 5 years. At that time, I spent a lot of time on medical innovation, in addition to surgical innovation, transplant innovation, such as developing techniques, surgical techniques, introducing biotechnology and its implication in healthcare settings. Also, a lot of joint academic work at the Imperial College. In 2010, I was recruited by the Scottish government to lead the Scottish National Heart Transplant Program. And at that time, that was the beginning of establishing the implant of the first artificial heart, which has been done in Scotland. And that was a technology that it was relatively in its infancy, and we were one of the few surgeons worldwide to have these techniques and expertise. And then I had the privilege of copying this experience in Scotland to almost another 10 countries worldwide and implant the first artificial heart in these countries, including training staff and introducing a new technology, medical technology, to different countries. In 2014, I took the responsibility on establishing the first university teaching hospital in the West Bank and leading the development of the Faculty of Medicine. In the last 5 years, I also took pride in establishing the Faculty of Medicine at Hebron University. I operate in Herzliya Medical Center for the last 2-3 years, and I'm professor at Glasgow University. I've been a chair at Bristol University as well. That's my career.
Wow, thank you very, very much. That's very impressive. And if I may add, you also established the new medical school at the Hebron University as well?
Yes, yeah, definitely. Yeah, I established the new faculty of medicine at Hebron University, and I'm working very hard also to establish for them a new university teaching hospital. And I've done a lot of hard work in approving the land, a lot of professional work, and when the work has already been completed, and we have donations and funds to build a new university teaching hospital. However, for the last 2 years, our a great friend, Mr. Smotrich, has blocked us on a political veto to not using the land, despite that we have all the approvals, including from the army, to start building a university teaching hospital.
Thank you.
I also are responsible, or I have initiatives in developing hospitals in Israel, and I have a license now from the Ministry of Health to start a new hospital in the Sharon, in Taipei, in the Triangle, and also I'm part of a charity called Yanabi, who works very hard to serve the Bedouin community in the south and to improve their accessibility to health care services. And lucky enough, 2-3 days ago, we received a successful application for Kol Koreh لخضرين أخشام for operating theaters, and we will start also a new small hospital, day surgery hospital in the south to serve that community. So a lot of philanthropic work that I do in the last few years. I would say almost more than 50% of my activity is philanthropic, and part of my deanery as a dean in Glasgow as a professor, or at the Najah as a dean, or at Hebron as a dean, I always focused and promoted and encouraged students to engage biotechnology and innovation and startups in medical education.
Thank you. Actually,
that's the future of our nation.
Amazing.
Is to ensure that we have the brightest of our students who study medicine normally by default, to ensure that they can combine between biotechnology and developing unique applications that doesn't require a lot of funding in the beginning, at least, doesn't require a sophisticated buildings and incubators, that can start with small, and once they demonstrate a feasible a product or idea, then we can take it, with the help of people like you, to take it to the next level. But that's something that I have been promoting for the last almost a decade or so.
Thank you very much, Professor Haj Yahya. You actually answered my question. I will move on to Yaron. Yaron, you were talking about the matching fund that you're giving to companies. And I see this as a de-risking part for the companies, instead of the companies invest full amount of money in their project. So you're helping them with that grant that is up to $1.5 million. I see this as a help for preventing the market failure for the companies. What's your model at Bird Foundation? And I need you to link it to the East Jerusalem market, and how the East Jerusalem market can benefit or copy or cooperate with you onto that model.
I think at the end of the day, everything we do is about encouraging and stimulating partnerships at any stage of a company's life, but definitely at the early stage of the company life. You talk about market failures. I wouldn't call it failures, but many young companies don't have the bandwidth, the resources, or the awareness to the importance of matching, working together with other companies in general, and definitely when it comes to our model, which is working together with entities in the United States. Specifically, being here today and seeing the amount of discussion and companies in the medical field, as I think you mentioned also in the beginning of your discussion, clinical trials and trying your product, whether it's official clinical trials or other versions of trying your products, are a very critical step of getting a product to market. One of the nice things about BIRD is that we view clinical trials, we view pilots as part of the R&D process. Therefore, we fund projects that are either official clinical trials between Israeli companies and hospitals and medical institutions in the United States, or other versions of pilots of products with entities that would represent the market in the United States. Those are a very, very important tool for companies that are trying to break into the biggest market from their perspective in the United States, and that need to deal with the regulatory challenges that they face. So to that extent, we have not had yet the honor and privilege to have an application from East Jerusalem. We did fund projects from Arab companies in the north in our history. There's absolutely no reason why this shouldn't change. One of the reasons that it was important for me to be here today is to make sure that companies in East Jerusalem are aware of this and would welcome applications like that, especially myself. You mentioned Jerusalem. I was born in this city, and I grew up in this city, not in the east side, but on the west side, for many, many years.
Well, thank you very much. Yeah, this is much appreciated. Now that you're here and that you also exposed yourself to the talents in East Jerusalem, the talents from Jerusalem know you and hearing you now, I'm sure that they will be following also the BIRD Foundation applications, and we are here to help as Genovate. If you need any help in filling the application or any advices, we are always here to support you. Again, my word is free of charge. We don't charge any money for this.
And we have we have a very good detailed website, but we also have a team that not only helps people to apply, but also helps people to find matches in the United States. So my team is split between Israel and the United States, and we work the ecosystems in both countries. And part of what we do is these matchings, is bringing companies together to be able to apply together to a BIRD grant.
That's very, very useful, because finding a matching in the US together to partner with East Jerusalem, I believe that building an ecosystem requires partnership, and no one can make things alone. So we work together, we leverage ourselves together, and this is how we can also leverage the community with all the sectors of the community. Hani, talking about the community building, I want to link it to the policies. Because look, without the government, without regulations, I believe it's challenging. It is challenging to work. So what do you think that would be one policy or two that you would advise in order to advocate for building that community or that ecosystem that could bring more economic growth to East Jerusalem?
Based on my experience scanning the market and between what been said here with my colleagues and what Itik said regarding those startups, I think what's Genovate today and many others should do the same is filling this gap. There is a piece of that chain that is missing. Who's preparing those ideas and those, who's preparing those entrepreneurs to be ready to stand in front of Itik and his team and to be accepted? Because most of the ideas are falling in this part. No one to support them. Usually he is working in a position in any company. So he's securing his minimum income to live in the city, where the cost of living is very high. So he can take the full risk. I will be unemployed, I will start dreaming on my idea, no one will jump to that sea. So someone here, he have to be ready, because if I will present it in this case, you said, you are not ready yet, and you are not a company named as a company. So someone have to fill that. If an incubator can take them, prepare them, and bring them to pitch their ideas as a company, we will see more companies in that pipeline. So, yes, please.
No, I don't want to.
So in the time that there are no policies or no system to support them, we want to see from programs like Genovate and others to start filling this gap, then the pipe will be bigger for you to choose of.
That's a brilliant point, and I want to add to it, if I may. When we made our first investment in our East Jerusalem guy, we did not yet build our offices. And since he was in Jerusalem, JVP, Jerusalem Venture Partner, were kind enough to host him in their offices, and I guess most of you know those offices. I think it's one of the most beautiful campuses in Israel. And when the entrepreneur Adam Ghazali, he one day was driving in his car with his mother past the offices of JVP, and he told his mother, "Mom, you know, these guys are about to invest in me $500,000, and I'm going to get offices here, and I'm going to start my own company." And his mother said, "Yeah, sure." It was so hard for her to believe. You cannot imagine a Jewish mother reacting like this with disbelief. And these are exactly the things that are missing. The confidence, not just the confidence, the knowledge, the understanding of young Arab entrepreneurs that first of all they can do it, and second that there are people there that are waiting to get their ideas. Going back to Hani's point, I think it's very important to stress this. Many Arab entrepreneurs come for a 100 meters run of a startup, they're standing 10 meters behind the starting line when everybody's standing on the line. Our role as investors and a great organization like Genovate is to get them to the same point as others, because once you start your company, nobody cares where you came from. Nobody cares if you were discriminated or you had a hard life before. You need to compete. And this is what we do, giving them the tools, proactively improving their companies. And I want to add one more thing. Hani, for example, is a manifestation of people that did it without any support of the ecosystem. People like Hani are kind of an accident, are an exception because they're extremely brilliant and extremely strong in character. They did it, people like Hani did it, despite the environment, the business environment, and the ecosystem around them. Our role, all of us here, is to make people succeed because of the system. We had the Innovation Authority, very, very aggressive in helping entrepreneurs in Israel in general, and Arab entrepreneurs. We have organizations like Genovate. We had cycles of 3D program with the Reichman Institution that we taught entrepreneurship. Today, we stopped it because the Innovation Authority, again, is financing programs to teach entrepreneurship for Arab young people. So today, we are in a situation that this system is starting to kind of grow people because of the system and not despite of it. And this is a very, very good future for all of you here.
Yes.
One sentence. Even though we will only fund companies that already have funds of themselves, we work with these startups for years before they actually are ripe to get a grant. So many startups come to us, we talk to us, and we stay in touch with them as they grow and become relevant to a bird grant, and we're happy to do that, and that is part of what Hani was talking about.
Yeah, thank you very much. So this is also another milestone for the startups in order to be validated by seeing, having, like, learning from your experiences and all the opportunities that they will have by meeting you. I We're done. Thank you very much. But I want to thank the Innovation Authority for this, Hanan, Mikhail, the whole team. Yeah, thank you very much. And thanks for this incitement. I want to thank also Professor Salim Hajihya, though he's not with us, but thank you very much for your time and for your support. Thanks.
Now we're gonna invite our Genovate startups for their pitches. Let's welcome, Dr. Khaled Kayali.
Hi everyone, I'm Khaled, this is Raed. 2 years ago, a mother cried in my school. Her son had Down syndrome, was seeing 4 different therapists. She had folders full of reports, pages and pages of assessments, recommendations, progress notes. She looked at me and said, I don't understand any of them. And worse, I don't think they understand each other. That moment changed everything for me. I called Muhammad and Raed. We brainstormed a solution. That's when livability was born.
Every child needs multiple specialists, physiotherapist, occupational therapist, speech therapist, and of course the doctor. If every one of the specialists writes a report for the child multiple times per year, papers are given to the families and more information for the families. So the families got confused from this amount of information, and they take more and more appointments only to understand the situation of their children. In daily practice, doctors and professionals don't have the time to read all the reports. Instead, they look in the reports for keywords written inside the reports to understand the situation of their children. So many information got lost in the process and repeated therapy plans and goals. Doctors and therapists also work in different systems. So the only way for them to communicate is through written reports. And that will lead to difficult to see the picture of the children. As a result, therapy plans are repeated, confused families, doctors are working without the full picture, so the system is broken.
We built Livability to fix this. Livability is a platform that connecting all stakeholders around every child with special needs. For the child, one digital profile, complete history, all therapy tracked, nothing lost. For families, no more paper chaos, no more appointment confusion, everything organized, everything clear. For therapists, the therapist can see everything before the session, what's worked yesterday, what's improved, what's not. For doctors, shorter appointments, faster waiting list, better focus. The result, children reach independence faster, be effective in community, better outcomes, real coordination. But there's more. We added AI. Our AI reads reports in seconds. It finds milestones automatically. It fills the profile instantly. No manual work, real-time updates. But we didn't build AI just to save time on paperwork. We built it to improve outcomes. It recommends what works, specific exercises for this child, videos that match their learning, games that help development, activities for home. Every therapist gets smart recommendations. Every family gets clear next steps. AI that serves the child.
The market is 800 billion globally. We are targeting to 1 billion in our local market and in Gulf region and USA. Massive needs, massive opportunities. We are selling to business and government. One city contract equals $200,000 to $500,000. 1,000 family is served.
Competitors are serving pieces, clinics, therapists, schools. We connect everyone, AI-powered, multilingual, special need focused. We're moving fast. We're finalizing our MVP. Pilot next quarter. Launch by the end of this year. Momentum is building. We're raising $300,000. This gets us to 2 pilots, first contract signed, more than 1,000 users, Gulf market traction, and ready for seed round. Remember that mother crying? Your investment gives her clarity, gives her son coordinated care, gives 2 million people hope. We have the solution, we have the team, we have the moment. Our team is Khaled with business strategy, me, Muhammad with technical skills, Raed with clinical expertise. Every child deserves coordinated care. Every family deserves clarity. Every provider deserves better tools. Together, let's elevate abilities and transform lives. Thank you.
Now I would like to welcome Mr. Zafir Sabah.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. I am Zafir Sabah, and today I am presenting BEEP, which is Elderly Friendly Healthcare Medication System for cardiovascular patients. So here's the problem. Patients with CVD mostly take medications every day, and missed medications is not something simple. It could derives to emergency visits and hospitalization. Also, moreover that, healthcare providers always suffer of visibility to the case of the patients after discharge. Also, caregivers mostly have the same conscious and stress because they are not following up their elderly people, and that's why wearables now optimize data, not adherence. Our solution is offline reminder via sound and vibration, also passive adherence interference, which means no effort needed from the patient himself. Also, alerts also receives caregivers only when there's something wrong happened. Our product is merged with other systems, no Wi-Fi needed. Also measures user vitals signs on the spot and real-time tracking and reporting. The market opportunity is big and is going much bigger because elderly people are growing day after day. In this table, there is two comparison between the US market and Israel market. According to the population, which is 65 plus, in the US in 2025, there were 61.2 millions. In Israel, they were 1.25 million. And in 2030, there will be 71 million patients in USA, and Israel, there will be 1.37 patients. Also, CVD patients in the USA in 2025, they were 18 million, and in Israel, they are 0.33 million. In 2030, there will be 23 million patients in the US, and in 2030, there will be 0.38 in Israel. And what is important also that the non-adherence cost is 300 billion in 2025 in the USA. In Israel, it's 2 billion. And in 2030, there will be 380 billions in USA and 2.8 billions in Israel. The revenue stream is comes from three things. The first one, which is hardware sale. The second one is subscription. And the third one is business-to-business streaming. Also, the SaaS plan for the whole project is divided into three parts. The first one, or three plans, sorry. The first one, which is family-based. The second one, caregivers plus. And the third one is clinical and insurers. The go-to-market strategy are divided into four things: primary entry, clinical touch points, trust channels, and expansion path. And if we look about competitive, Beep offers three things that is not with other applications. First one, which is offline medication reminders. Second, which is PI. And the third one, which is cardiovascular adherence focus. These are the main things which is Beep focus on. And the market size, the TAM will be 58 billions, and the SAM will be 2.1 billions, and the sum will be 420 millions, and the target is, let's say, focus is 20%, sorry. And the financial projection, we have at the first phase the MVP with 20 users. The second phase will be for pilot program, will have 150 users, and the third phase will be early commercial with 1,000 users, and the launch will be the fourth phase with 5,000 users, and the scaled operation will be phase 5 with 20,000 users, and the funding request for the whole MVP is divided as follows: 47% for hosting and legal, 10% for the hardware, and 43% for the R&D, which is in the sum as $65,000 for the MVP. Thank you for listening.
Thank you so much. The future is painless. Microneedles shaping tomorrow's health tech. Let us welcome Prof. Ayman Abu Ammar.
So, hi everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee, especially Dr. Mahmoud Khoues, for the invitation. It's really a pleasure to be here with such a forum and such respected people. And for me, it's a little bit, it's not my natural, let's say, environment. But anyway, I will try to simplify the things that we are doing in our lab. So today I will talk about. Okay, so before I will talk about, so who am I? I finished my pharmacy studies at the Hebrew University in Jerusalem, where I did all of my degrees there. After that, I went to the Technion. I joined the nanoengineering group at the Technion, and then I moved to Azrieli College. Okay, just a minute. Then I moved to Azrieli College, where I am now. So this is a brief about me, and my research interests includes, it's mainly drug delivery. We are developing drug delivery systems because we believe that the way to give is as important as the given. This is why we are using several technologies in order to achieve that, such as nano drug delivery systems, micro needles, which I will focus on it, and the third theme, biomimetic adhesive surfaces. In this field, I'm collaborating with my friend, Professor Haitam Qasim. He will give his talk after. So, just to give you some context of what we are doing, imagine that you go to the physician, to the doctor, and he gives you 4 options. The first one, to take painless traditional injection. The second one, to take an oral drug 3 times a day for 5 days. The third one, an ointment, put it 3-4 times a day for 5 days. And the last one, tiny microneedle patch that you can just put on your skin, and it will do all of the job for several days. You don't have to answer now. I will try to convince you that the fourth option is the optimal. So, just before I start talking about the microneedles, today in this field we have a lot of collaborations, national and international. Just recently I came back from my sabbatical at Queen's University, Belfast, and where's one of the pioneers in this field, Professor Ryan Donnelly, and we are collaborating also with the Hebrew University, Tel Aviv University, Sheba, Hadassah, and the Italian Institute of Technology. So the story of the microneedles began from the mosquito bite. This painless bite inspired researchers to develop those tiny patches with microneedles for diverse biomedical applications, starting from tissue adhesion, biopsy sampling and biosensing, and last but not least, drug delivery. The advantage of using microneedles in the field of drug delivery is that the main barrier of the skin called stratum corneum, the pointer is not working actually. Fine. Okay. So, okay. No problem. Okay. No worries. It's okay. So, we will focus on drug delivery, and I started to talk about the stratum corneum, which is the main barrier of the skin, and it allows only limited drugs to pass or penetrate through the skin with specific characteristics. So the idea of microneedles that they are, by physically penetrate the skin, they are creating temporary channels which can deliver the drug for the viable epidermis, here for topical administration of the drug, or for the deeper tissues that, such as the upper dermis layer for systemic drug delivery. Other advantages include the minimal invasiveness, no bleeding. Everyone, I think that he can put a patch or stick a patch on its social self-application, and improved drug bioavailability. Today, there are 5 main categories of microneedles, starting from the solid microneedles that most of you know, like the roller used for cosmetics, the hollow, the coated. We are concentrating mainly on the dissolving and the hydrogel forming microneedles, which are actually biodegradable. We use to fabricate them biodegradable polymers that allow us to sustain the drug release, again for topical or for transdermal drug delivery. Today, the use of microneedles is not limited only for drug delivery, but also for cosmetics and also for diagnostics. And we have also collaboration with Hadassah Hospital in this regard, that maybe in the Genovate next conference, we will present the results, the clinical results. So today I will focus mainly on the drug delivery applications that we have developed. I will showcase some examples from our works in the recent years. I choose to separate the themes into 3 main themes upon the application. So I will start with some examples of our work in the topical application of the drugs. Just before that, I will have to mention that the parafilm model is a skin simulant model validated by the group of Professor Donnelly in Queen's University. It's composed of 8 layers of parafilm stacked together, and it can simulate the mechanical properties of the skin. So in this work, we incorporated steroids into PLGA nanoparticles, in which those nanoparticles were concentrated into the needle shafts of the microneedles. Okay. As you can see here, we can see the difference between the blank and the drug-loaded nanoparticles. And here we have the sodium alginate alone without the nanoparticles. And on C, we can see also the drug-loaded nanoparticles, obviously. Moreover, the integration of the nanoparticles resulted in enhanced mechanical properties of those microneedles. And the dissolution time was about 2 minutes. This means that you have to put this microneedle patch only for 2 minutes, and then you can rinse it or simply remove the base plate, and it can sustain the drug release for about 5 or 6 days. The second example that I will show, it's relevant mainly for the gentleman here. So it's for using minoxidil for alopecia. It's a hydrophilic drug in which we incorporated into the PCL hydrophobic matrix. As also one with a chemical background. So we can here combine this using different surfactants that we use here. And we show that the incorporation of PEG or PEG in different concentrations that did not compromise the mechanical strength of the microneedles. Moreover, we should use only minimal insertion force in order to penetrate the skin. And finally, as you can see here, we can sustain the release for 3 weeks. The third example, we are talking still about topical administration of the drugs. In this research, we are collaborating with Professor Wei Amir from Tel Aviv University. And we develop hydrogel-forming microneedles. Today, the hydrogel-forming microneedles are not biodegradable. So we introduce here a new, or the 6th category of microneedles, which are combining the dissolving on one hand and the hydrogel properties in this case, in which upon application, the microneedles will swell and then it will move to microgels and will undergo enzymatic degradation. I will save the time, but I will show you the main findings here, or the main, if you can please just play the video on the right. Yeah. So here you can see the microneedles downward, and once we add the PBS, the needles will start to swell. And after that, here, just now, it will start to swell immediately. Afterwards, the needles will transform into microgels that ultimately will be degraded by the enzymes beneath the skin. Will start to swell, and after that, here, just now, it will start to swell immediately. Afterwards, the needles will transform into microgels that ultimately will be degraded by the enzymes beneath the skin. Here also we can see the chicken skin model, in which we can see the holes or the pores created by the microneedles and the sustained release of the drug. I will give just in brief, we have, 3 minutes, 4, please. So the second, let's say the second application will be, or example will be the systemic administration. In this case, we use the vitamin B12 as a model drug. And also we don't have time, so sorry for that. In this case, we incorporate the vitamin B12 solely into the microneedle shafts, which is challenging. And we show here that within only about 5 minutes, we have all of the vitamin B12 released, or all of the patch is dissolved. And as you can see here, within only 30 minutes, all of the drug will be released. The next one, it's unpublished data in collaboration with Professor Tawfiq Sheikh Ahmed from the School of Pharmacy at the Hebrew University. In this case, we incorporated the hormone melatonin into dissolving microneedles. Today's therapy includes only oral, or mainly oral melatonin with a small or a reduced bioavailability. So what we did here, we did a formulation design. Then we had a drug-loaded microneedles. Here we have the dissolution time. And finally, we conducted also in vivo study, pharmacokinetic study, in which we can see here the blood concentrations, and also we detect brain concentrations of melatonin for up to 6 hours, which is good for sleep disorders and treating insomnia. And the last one, last but not least, we are trying to explore more directions or novel directions. So we are trying now to move to the oral cavity using microneedles. In this case, I'm collaborating with Professor Doron Steinberg from the Faculty of Dental Medicine in Hadassah. So what we did here, we took the chlorhexidine, which is in the mouth rinse, you know, all of the dental rinses, and we incorporated into microneedles. And as you can see here, we had a sustained release of the drug and sustained activity for about 1 week. And also, and most interesting, we have also anti-biofilm effect. And I think this is the main advantage in this case, that we can also penetrate the biofilm itself, and we can inhibit its growth. So to wrap it up, today there are a lot of uses or a lot of potential applications for microneedles. We are trying to explore more and more applications of this interesting technology. And last but not least, I would like to thank my collaborators, and especially for my students. Most of the work that I showed here was carried out by my students of the first degree during their final projects. So I think they deserve it, and also for the funding agencies. And thank you all for your kind attention.
We're gonna have 30 seconds for the feedback, so please make sure to scan it. I would like to invite Prof. Haytham Qasim for his speech. Thank you.
So, good afternoon, everyone. I don't know what to say, but what I will present today, it will be like exotic topics compared to what my friend and other presenter have presented here. But I'm sure that by having good collaboration and thinking outside the box, maybe we can take advantage about this technology. This is an innovative technology, and we can promote a lot of projects in the domain of biomedical engineering. So the topics today is bio-inspired adhesive microstructures. So, but before, in fact, why we talk about biomimetics? Biomimetics, because talking about biomimetics, it means that we are talking about 3.8 billion years of research and development. So what doesn't work, what didn't work, does not exist anymore. So in nature, today, everything that you can observe is already proved and well adapted to the environment. So we can take advantage about this idea to solve another problem that we have in engineering, for example, and we cannot solve them by applying the traditional way of engineering, okay? So if you look, for example, to nature, you can observe that in classical engineering, you have straight line, straight building, straight bodies, but in nature, our bodies are curved because, you know, nature optimizes the system, optimizes the energy, and optimizes the function. That's why, for example, the shapes in nature are curved. So when we talk about biomimetics, it means to take ideas from nature and to try to translate them to solution in engineering. And there are two means approach to biomimetic design. The first one is biology to design, and the other one is design to biology. Difference between them, that is, in the first one, biology to design, you just go in nature and you observe something interesting. For example, material or system or microsystem or, for example, mechanisms. And you can say, okay, I will take this idea and I will try to find an application in engineering. And the other approach is design to biology. In design to biology, you have already your problem and you don't know how to solve it. So you try to find the mechanisms in the nature and to have an idea to get inspired by the nature and to solve your own problem. But today you can, you know, we have limited time to cover all topics in the biomimetics, so I will focus on the bio-inspiring functional surfaces. And talking about functional surfaces, and more specifically to surfaces in terms of friction and adhesion of systems. Okay, so each one of these animals has a specific function that it has developed in nature. And for example, this photo has been taken from a Mission Impossible movie or film. And I don't know if really it's true, it's a true photo or not, I don't know. But anyway, if is it true, so it requires a lot of training period, very long training period and very special effort. However, in nature, these things are done easily without any specific effort or needs. Why? The question is why? Because in nature, for example, if you look to different species, for example, to fly or to gecko or other animals, you can see the common thing between all of these animals, their ability to adhere to different surfaces. Okay, regardless the roughness of the surfaces, regardless the conditions, if they are, for example, wet surfaces or dry surfaces, they can adhere without any problem. And the question is why? So if you can look to the microstructure that they have developed, you can see they have a kind of microstructure in different shape or different size. For example, the gecko has the smallest one, if you can see here. It doesn't work, yes? This. Okay. If you look to the photo on the top, you have four different photos for four different groups of animals. And from left to right, the mass body increases, okay? But all of these photos are taken at the same magnification. So we can compare from the size of this element. And as you can see here, the heaviest the animal, the smallest, the smaller and the more densely the element of adhesion. So it means that the law in nature is, if you want to achieve more force or more adhesion, you have to reduce the size of the elements, and it will work more specifically. So in nature, we can distinguish between two different groups. The first one, the element of attachment, are mostly mushroom cups, as you can see in the left side. And these elements are adapted for passive long-term attachment. And the other one is the spatula, which evolved in the gecko. And this is used for muscle-activated shear-induced short term attachment. The second one is more adapted for locomotion, for dynamic movement, okay? So when we want to mimic these systems, we have to understand the mechanism itself. So we have to analyze the mechanism and understand the physics behind this ability. And once we understood the system, we can reproduce this at different scales and test them to see if this idea works or not. So we produce, for example, a negative template by laser cutting, and then we can cast inside the template PVS or other elastomer, and we can get the samples. And here, you can apply here, please. You can see the samples with SEM, and you can see the load of the system. So this element, once you produce this element, you apply the normal force. Each one can deform in the way randomly. But once you apply the sliding or the shear force, all of them will be aligned in the same direction to get the maximum contact area between the opposite surface and this element to achieve the maximum force and the maximum adhesion. And you can ask yourself why we try to develop these elements of adhesion, because we can apply this solution in different domains, for example, for robotics, also to produce some gloves to allow people to just adhere to surfaces. And recently with my friend Professor Ayman Abu Ammar, we tried to take this to develop a film, adhesive film, that contains some drug. And this will be dedicated for vocal treatment, local vocal treatment. You can apply this movie, please? Sorry, you can apply this movie. I can show you a small robot here that can just adhere to the surface in dynamics without filling. And the other systems, as I told you before, is the beetle system, which consists of mushroom cups. And as you can see, for example, this person with 70 kilo can hang on the glass ceiling with a small piece of 20 centimeters. But as I said before, we try to take this to the medical. Okay, so we embed inside this element, we reproduce this element with PLJA, and we embed inside nanoparticles to be used as drug, and we tested even the drug release profile of this system. And as you can see here, we tested also the adhesion of this system. And as you can see here, the texture samples containing the drug presents the maximum adhesion force. It means that the drug increases also more and more the adhesion on the surfaces. You can apply this movie. I will show you another microstructure. I don't have the sound here. Okay. Okay, so we can imagine why she slept, okay? Because there's water on the ground. And probably this is the same phenomenon when you lose the control of your vehicle, okay? When you drive fast on the train, you can lose the control because of a phenomenon that's called hydroplaning. Hydroplaning, it means that you have a film of water between the wheel and the road, and because of the high speed, the water doesn't have enough time to be evacuated from the contact, and so you have a shear force on the depth of the film, and you lose the control. The question is, does any of the animal in the nature solve this problem? Question, and the answer is yes. The tree frog, for example, has solved this problem. Because if you look to this, can you apply this film, please? Can you apply this? As you can see, it jumps and just adhere to the surface without any problem, even if you have water on the surface, even if the surface has roughness, some roughness or different material. And the question is why, this tree frog can solve this problem. And if you look on the fingers of this animal, you can see that he has developed some pattern surface in the form of micro-hexagon. And these pattern surfaces allow them to adhere to the surfaces, and you can see also small or micro channels between these elements. And the role of these micro channels is to allow to the liquid or the water to be evacuated, okay, from the interface between the two surfaces in order to achieve the maximum adhesion and the maximum friction force. Oops, what's happening? So once we understood the functioning of this system, we can reproduce these elements in our laboratory. We can model the system and then study the influence of different parameters to have the maximum optimization. And once we have the final element or final model, we can produce the negative template. And to produce this negative template, we can prepare them by high-resolution 3D printing or microlithography, and then we can cut the sample to achieve this sample that you see in the bottom here. And it is not enough. We have to test them from tribological point of view. It means friction and adhesion to show that this element function as we think. So here, for example, I show you the results, and we compare the results each time with a smooth element done with the same material. And as you can see, for example, the micro pattern surface present higher friction under wet contact and lower instability under dry contact. And we try to take it also to the next step, and we test them on different soft materials such as chicken skin and gelatin. And as you can see here, for example, this still works. We can see that the friction coefficient under these textured surfaces is higher than the smooth surfaces. And I think that this result, we can use them to future project in the domain of biomedical engineering. Thank you for your attention.
Wow. Thank you. Impressive day. Thank you very much. No words to describe how happy I am in your event. This is your event. This is not mine. My team has worked on it. I want to thank them very much. And yeah, they deserve it. And I also want to emphasize that we could have not done this without the support from the Innovation Authority, from the participation of all entrepreneurs, researchers, speakers. But I also want to mention the talents that are working and still working behind the scenes, the photographers, the logistics companies, the live streaming guys, the design committee, the design company. All those talents are Jerusalemites. We're very proud that we have in our ecosystem all this support in order to make something like this conference happening. So thank you very much also for you to stay until now. I want to close by a few sentences. I'm very proud that this is happening in East Jerusalem. I'm very proud that we are connecting East Jerusalem to different ecosystems. It's a win-win. All the speakers who came from the industry, who came from the academia, who came from hospitals, from different places, they are now exposed to the East Jerusalem talents. And that was one of the goals, to tell those who didn't have a chance to come and work in the ecosystem in East Jerusalem to come and see our talents, to come and see our Jerusalemites, to come and see the value of the people that we have here, especially with the high rate of education that we have. But not many people know about us. Now they know. And the other mirror, the angle of it, is that we are also more exposed on what exists. We're exposed to other companies, we're exposed to research, we're exposed to what companies and other organizations can give us in East Jerusalem so we can target them and start knocking their doors. You will take an answer only if you question. So first, we knock on the doors that we normally assume that it will not open for us. Suddenly, that door has the dream that we've been dreaming of. One example of Genovate. When I wanted to apply to the Innovation Authority, everyone encouraged me not to apply, because the Innovation Authority will never support any project in the east part of Jerusalem. Suddenly, with all the support, Michael was here, like he's one of the people who helped me actually writing the application, and he validated the application before we submitted. 2 months after the submission, we had an okay for 10 million shekels grant. So this is an achievement that has been done only because I knocked the door. If not, the Innovation Authority will never fund in East Jerusalem. They don't know what exists here. We will not blame them or others or Bird Foundation. Or now we had AWS, we have Teva, we have Visor, Medtronic. Those are big names in the health industry. We have the Hebrew University, Dr. Rami, with an army of researchers that he have. Many of them are from East Jerusalem. These are the people that we need to focus on and to bring them back to the ecosystem, to give back to that, to our ecosystem. I appreciate every single moment that you Bird or stayed for you, that you stayed with us. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And now I will call you to food. Please, we have 2 stations, one here and one on the other side. Thank you very much. Thank you. And you're welcome to take some pictures also with the stage. Those who wish. Ahlan wa sahlan. The team come, or whoever want to join us also, we're taking a picture, a group picture. You're most welcome, everyone, to the stage. Yalla. Please, Hanan, come. Amjad, Skafi, Rula. دكتور انت القاعد مش عارف اسمك، تفضل تصور معنا. ايوه يلا تفضلوا، تستحوش، تعالوا تصوروا. شو صورة كلها مش مدفعينكم حقها. تعالوا. بعدين اليوم الصور ما بتكلف مصاري. زمان كنا نروح نحمد الصورة عند جارو ولا عند فايز ندفع لنا ابصر قديش شواكر. ممكن كمان تحت، ممكن كمان تحت. يعني انا طويل ممكن انزل تحت.
جعفر جمال اطلعوا اطلعوا. أمورة يلا.